The world was new, not new in the way we use the word now, worn thin by overuse, applied to phones and flavors of crisps and political movements that are none of those things. New in the only way that has ever truly counted, untried, unscored, still carrying the faint warmth of its own creation. The soil had not yet learned what it was to drink blood. The wind had not yet carried the sound of weeping between two people who shared the same mother. These were the first days of the human story, and the human story had barely drawn breath before it discovered what it was capable of. Adam and Eve had been removed from the garden. That much everyone knows, or thinks they know, which is a different thing entirely. They were sent out into a world that was neither destroyed nor empty, but changed, weighted with consequence, requiring from its inhabitants something it had never required before: labor, and the particular loneliness of knowing that yesterday had been better. Eve bore children, first Cain, then Abel. She named the first one with a word that meant something like acquisition or possession, a declaration of having received something from God. It was a name full of gratitude and perhaps a trace of triumph. Abel's name is more ambiguous and more quietly devastating in retrospect. In the original tongue, it can be read as breath or vapor, the kind of word that in Hebrew poetry describes something that passes, something that does not last. Whether his parents chose the name for sound or meaning, or some instinct they could not articulate, they had given their second son a name that would prove, in the most terrible way, to be exactly right. The two brothers grew in the way brothers do, shaped by proximity and by difference, aware of each other in that particular way of people who have never known a world without the other person in it. Cain became a farmer, a worker of the ground. Abel became a herdsman, tending the flocks. These were not small or incidental choices. In the culture from which this story comes, both callings carried dignity, both carried obligation, both carried the expectation that what a man produced with his hands might also serve as a kind of prayer. The earth gave, and the earth received back. That was understood. What happened next is one of the most scrutinized and debated episodes in the entire biblical record, and it has been debated so long and so exhaustively that the sheer weight of argument has sometimes obscured how simple and how human it actually is. The two brothers brought offerings. Cain brought produce from the ground, fruit, grain, the harvest of his work. Abel brought the firstborn of his flock, and specifically the fat portions of those firstborn animals, meaning the best, the choicest part, the piece a man would normally keep for himself. God regarded Abel's offering. God did not regard Cain's. No reason is stated. No explanation is provided. The text simply records the fact and moves on, leaving the question hanging in the air where it has hung ever since. Centuries of commentary have filled that silence with proposed answers. Some have argued that Abel gave more generously, that Cain withheld his finest and gave instead what was merely adequate. Some have argued that the offerings themselves, by their nature, carried different weight, blood sacrifice versus grain, the ancient Near Eastern world's understanding of what the divine most required. Some have pointed to the inner disposition of each brother, reading between the lines for evidence of faith or its absence. The letter to the Hebrews, written centuries later, would say plainly that Abel offered in faith and Cain did not. The book of Genesis, in its original telling, is more interested in what Cain did with his disappointment than in cataloging its theological cause. Because Cain's face fell, that is the phrase used. His face fell, and there is something unbearably recognizable about it. The slumped shoulders, the set jaw, the eyes that go flat and inward. Everyone who has ever been passed over, overlooked, found wanting in a comparison they did not ask to be part of, has worn that expression. It is not a dramatic face. It is the face of someone sitting very still while something inside them makes a decision that the rest of them has not yet been informed about. God saw it. God spoke to Cain in that moment, and the words recorded are both a warning and an invitation. "Why are you angry, and why has your face fallen?" God asked him. "If you do well, will you not be accepted?" And then the sentence that the whole story turns on, the sentence that makes Cain not simply a killer, but the archetype of every person who has ever stood at a threshold and chosen wrongly. Sin is crouching at the door. It desires you, but you must rule over it. The image is precise and visceral. Sin is not described as a thought or a temptation or a moral failing. It is described as a creature, something with weight and posture and appetite, something that is already there, already waiting, already wanting. The question posed to Cain, and through Cain, to everyone who would ever read these words, is not whether the thing is present. It is present. The question is whether Cain will govern it or be governed by it. He was not governing it. He had already decided. Whatever he told himself in the hours between that conversation and what came next, whatever justifications he assembled, whatever comparisons he drew between himself and his brother, and what each of them deserved, and what each of them had received, the decision had been made somewhere below the level of language. He spoke to Abel. The text says he spoke to his brother in the field, though what he said is not recorded. Some ancient manuscripts include words at this point, the brothers arguing over the fairness of the offerings, over territory, over theology, a dispute that escalated until it could not be resolved. The primary text offers no such comfort. It gives us the speaking, and then, without pause, the killing. Cain rose against his brother Abel and killed him. 6 words in the English, fewer in the Hebrew. The first murder in human history, described with a restraint so absolute, it functions almost as its own kind of violence. The body lay in the field where the 2 brothers had walked together since childhood. The blood soaked into soil that Cain himself had tended. And then God spoke again. "Where is Abel, your brother?" It is the second great question of the early Genesis narrative, following the first one posed in the garden, "Where are you?" And both questions share the same quality. They are not requests for information. God does not need to be told where Abel is. The question is an invitation to confession, to the opening of a door that can still be opened, even now, even here. And Cain answered with something that has become so famous it has almost lost its power to astonish. "I do not know," he said. "Am I my brother's keeper?" It is a masterpiece of deflection. It is the response of someone who knows exactly what has happened and is attempting to transform guilt into argument, to shift the question from the moral to the jurisdictional. Who says I was responsible for him? Who established that obligation? Where is it written that one brother must account for another? The cynicism of it, dressed up as a reasonable question, is one of the most recognizably human things in all of Scripture. People have been answering moral challenges with procedural objections ever since. God was not deflected. "The voice of your brother's blood cries to me from the ground," God said. The phrasing is extraordinary. Not the memory of your brother's blood, not the fact of your brother's blood, the voice of it. As though the murdered body was itself a witness, as though the ground that had received the blood had become, in that act of receiving, a kind of court. Cain had thought killing would end the matter. He had discovered that some matters do not end. The curse that followed was calibrated with terrible precision. Cain was a man of the soil, a farmer, someone whose identity and livelihood were built on his relationship with the earth. So it was the earth that was taken from him. The ground that had drunk Abel's blood would no longer yield to him. He would work it, and it would not respond. He would pour his labor into it, and it would give him nothing. He was made a fugitive and a wanderer, a man without fixed ground, without roots, without the one thing he had built his entire self around. The punishment did not fit the crime in the sense of matching it tidily. It struck at the place where Cain lived, the center of his existence, the thing he had been and done and known himself by, that is not a coincidence. That is a design. Cain's response is the most surprising thing about him, and it has always sat uneasily in the narrative for people who encounter it, expecting him to be simply monstrous. He did not argue. He did not justify. He expressed, instead, something that reads unmistakably as anguish. "My punishment is greater than I can bear," he said. "You have driven me from the face of the ground, and from your face I shall be hidden. I shall be a fugitive and a wanderer on the earth, and whoever finds me will kill me." It is the cry of a man who understands, perhaps for the first time, what he has actually done, and understands it not in the abstract, but in the most immediate and personal terms. He has made himself the kind of person to whom things are done. He had been Cain, the acquired one, the received gift. Now he was something else, something without a category, something that other people would treat as prey. And here the story does something that has confounded readers for as long as there have been readers. God did not withdraw. God did not confirm that Cain's fear was justified and walk away. Instead, God placed a mark on Cain, a specific mark, the nature of which is not described anywhere in the text and has been the subject of speculation for more than 2,000 years. What that mark was, no one knows. A visible symbol on the skin, a change in bearing or appearance, something environmental, something announced rather than inscribed. The text does not say, and the silence is deliberate, because the mark's nature matters far less than its function. The function was protection. Anyone who kills Cain will suffer a sevenfold vengeance. The mark was not a sign of condemnation. It was a sign of continued relation, of a God who had cursed the man and refused to abandon him in the same breath. Cain went east of Eden, into a land called Nod, a word that in Hebrew carries the same root as the word for wandering, so that the land itself was named for what he was. He settled there, or tried to. The man condemned to wander built a city. It is an act of either defiance or grief, and probably both at once, the man who was told he would have no fixed place, responding by fixing a place as firmly as stone and timber allowed. He named the city after his son Enoch, and by naming it after the child rather than himself, he did something quietly human. He was already trying to give the next generation what he had lost. He could not have roots. Perhaps they could. The genealogy that follows is not the sort of thing that tends to get preached. It is a list of names, begetting and begetting, the line of Cain extending across the generations in the way that all genealogies do, with the same dry rhythm of succession that can make a reader's attention drift toward the door. But this particular genealogy is carrying a freight that becomes apparent slowly, and then all at once. Moving through the generations from Enoch to Ehud to Mehujael to Methushael, the line arrives at a man named Lamech, and Lamech is unlike everyone before him. He married 2 women, Ada and Zillah. Polygamy is not condemned at this point in the narrative. It is simply recorded and noted as a novelty in the human story, Lamech being the first man in Scripture to take more than one wife. Whether that detail is meant to carry moral weight or simply to establish Lamech as a man of expanding appetite, the text leaves open. What the text does not leave open is what Lamech did next and what he said about it. He killed a man. He killed a young man, as he tells it, for wounding him, for striking him. And then, rather than conceal the act or seek some reconciliation, Lamech composed what is possibly the oldest poem in human literature and delivered it to his wives. The sword song, or the Song of Lamech, as it is sometimes called, is brief and brutal and utterly without apology. Ada and Zillah, hear my voice, he said. Wives of Lamech, listen to what I say. I have killed a man for wounding me, a young man for striking me. If Cain is avenged 7 times, then Lamech 77 times. It is the voice of a man who has taken the protection God extended to Cain as a personal theological precedent, who has looked at the mercy shown to a fratricide and concluded that he, Lamech, should benefit from an even greater version of it, not because God has promised him anything, but because he has decided to apply the logic himself. He has not been spoken to by God. He has not received any mark. He has simply extrapolated from the Cain story a principle of escalating untouchability, and declared it to his household as though it were a settled fact. The poem is important for a reason that goes beyond Lamech's personal character, though his character is worth sitting with. He is not tormented the way Cain was tormented. He is not undone. He announces the killing as though it is news worth sharing at dinner. The casual confidence of it, the domestic setting, the almost musical form that shapes what should be a confession into something closer to a boast, all of that reveals a man in whom the violence that destroyed Cain's life has become, one generation on, simply a feature of the world that Lamech inhabits and manages according to his own rules. Sin, as God had described it to Cain, as a creature crouching at the door, desiring, waiting to rule, has in Lamech not been admitted through the door, so much as invited to sit at the head of the table and be offered the best portions. This is what the genealogy is doing in its quiet, patient, easily overlooked way. It is mapping the trajectory. Cain killed in anguish and was undone by what he had done. Lamech killed and sang about it. The violence that entered the world through one man's inability to bear his own disappointment had, by the 5th generation of that man's descendants, shed every trace of its original horror and become ordinary. Become culture. Become the kind of thing a man might put into verse and share with his family on an ordinary evening. The measure had shifted from 7 to 77, and the shift was not in God's promises, but in Lamech's presumption, in the way a family's darkest inheritance can calcify across generations from wound to weapon to worldview. What makes Cain the first villain of the biblical record, and what distinguishes him from the figures who follow, is not the extremity of what he did, but the intimacy of it. He did not kill a stranger or an enemy. He killed the only other person on earth who had shared his entire existence, who had eaten at the same table, slept under the same roof, been taught by the same parents, offered to the same God. He killed the person who had known him longest. And he did it not in a moment of incomprehensible evil, not because he was in any straightforward way a monster, but because he could not manage his own face falling, because the creature was crouching, and he opened the door. The ground that drank Abel's blood brought forth a city, and the city brought forth Lamech, and Lamech brought forth a song, and the song has been echoing ever since, through every court and camp and corridor, where someone decided that the wrong done to them justified the worst thing they were about to do in response. Cain could not bear his disappointment. That single failure of bearing produced a lineage, and the lineage produced a template, and the template shaped the story of everything that followed, including the story of a world that would eventually become so saturated in its own violence that it required, in the account that follows Lamech's poem by only a few chapters, the intervention of a flood. The inheritance was real. It was specific. It passed through blood and name and memory, arriving in each new generation as something slightly more settled than the generation before, slightly more convinced of its own legitimacy. A man who killed and wept became the forefather of a man who killed and celebrated. The distance between those two responses is not merely a matter of individual temperament. It is a portrait of what violence does to the people who carry it forward, and to the culture that absorbs it, and to the stories that form around it, until the story and the violence become inseparable, until it becomes impossible to tell the family history without the killing in it, because the killing is how the family came to be. Cain and Abel, the acquired and the vapor. One of them is remembered because of what he gave the world. The other is remembered because of what he took from it. And the bitter irony, the one that the text presses on quietly and without comment, is that of the two of them. It is Cain who went on to build something, to name something, to fill the world with sons and grandsons and great-grandsons and songs. Abel left nothing behind but blood in the ground and a voice that would not stop speaking. Centuries passed. The line of Adam's children filled the earth, collapsed under the weight of a flood, and began again. Nations formed, languages fractured, families became tribes, and tribes became peoples, and peoples drew borders in the sand with whatever instrument was available, usually a sword. Among those peoples, a particular family carried a particular promise, that through them all the nations of the earth would eventually be blessed. It was a promise made to a man called Abram, later Abraham, who left his home in Mesopotamia on the strength of a voice he had heard and could not explain. His descendants multiplied, made their way south, and survived a famine by settling in the most powerful nation in the known world. And there, in the rich delta land of Egypt, they discovered what it means to be entirely at the mercy of someone who has decided they are no longer an asset, but a threat. The story of Egypt's Pharaoh is the story of a man whose name the book of Exodus does not record, and that anonymity is itself a kind of editorial comment. Egypt's own records were meticulous and proud. Pharaohs commissioned monuments to themselves that were designed to last 10,000 years, that proclaimed their names to every person who walked past, that cut those names into stone in cartouches, meant to be read by gods and men alike for all eternity. The Exodus account does not give this particular man his name. He is simply Pharaoh, the title, the office, the institution, faceless in a text that takes faces very seriously. Every major figure in the Exodus story is named, even minor ones. The midwives are named. Moses' parents are named eventually. The Pharaoh, who holds a nation in slavery and sends his army into the sea, is referred to only by the title that his own people gave to mean something like great house, the palace, the power. The text may be making a point. What the man actually called himself is beside the point. What he was is everything. Scholars have argued for centuries about which Pharaoh the Exodus describes, and the argument has not been settled and may never be settled to everyone's satisfaction. The text of the first book of Kings places the Exodus 480 years before Solomon began building the temple in Jerusalem, which by careful biblical arithmetic places the departure from Egypt somewhere around 1446 years before the birth of Christ, suggesting a pharaoh of the New Kingdom period. Perhaps Thutmose III or Amenhotep II. Other scholars, reading the archaeological evidence differently and weighing the mention of the store city of Ramses in the Exodus account, have argued for a date closer to 1250 years before Christ, which points toward Ramesses II, one of the most celebrated rulers in Egyptian history, a man who had himself painted and carved on every surface available, who fathered over 100 children and reigned for 67 years and outlived most of them. Both cases have serious arguments behind them. Both cases have serious problems. The text, for its part, maintains its silence on the name and leaves the historians to work it out. What the text is not silent about is how the situation came to be. The Israelites had arrived in Egypt during a famine, saved by the extraordinary rise of a Hebrew man named Joseph, who had been sold into slavery by his own brothers, survived imprisonment, interpreted the dreams of Pharaoh's officials, and eventually been elevated to second in command over all of Egypt. Under Joseph's stewardship, Egypt had stored grain through 7 years of abundance and distributed it through 7 years of want. The Egyptians had been saved. Jacob's family had been saved. They had been given the land of Goshen, the best of the Egyptian delta, and they had settled there, and the children of Israel had multiplied with a vigor that the text describes with consistent and almost ecstatic emphasis. They were fruitful and increased greatly, and the land was filled with them. Then Joseph died at 110 years of age, which was considered by Egyptians to be the ideal lifespan, the number that indicated a life well and fully lived. He was embalmed in Egypt, in the Egyptian fashion, a detail the text includes without comment, as though it understands that the image of the great patriarch of Israel, lying in an Egyptian coffin with Egyptian oils and Egyptian prayers surrounding him, is already its own kind of summary. The generation that had known Joseph died. The generation that followed had no memory of Joseph, and eventually, the text says, a new king arose over Egypt who did not know Joseph. The phrasing has a quality of slow, inevitable dread, not merely that this king had not met Joseph, or that Joseph's administration was not recent memory. He did not know Joseph. He had no category for what Joseph represented, a Hebrew man who had served Egypt faithfully, to whom Egypt owed a debt of survival. That debt, in this new reign, had been quietly written off. What this Pharaoh saw when he looked at the Israelites in Goshen was not a community of people with a history in his country. He saw a problem of numbers. He laid it out to his people with the calm logic of the administrator, who has already decided on his conclusion and is simply building the case. The people of Israel are more and mightier than we are. Come, let us deal shrewdly with them, lest they multiply, and if war breaks out, join our enemies and fight against us, and escape from the land. The fear is layered. They are too numerous. They might become a fifth column in wartime. They might leave, taking their labor with them. All three concerns resolve neatly into one solution. Make them unfree. Make them property. Turn their numerical strength into an asset rather than a threat by ensuring that the strength belongs to Egypt rather than to Israel. And so the taskmasters arrived in Goshen. Egyptians set over Israelites with quotas and rods and the specific, practiced expertise of the person who has been given legitimate authority to make another person's life a punishment. The Israelites built Pithom and Ramses, the store cities of Pharaoh, massive construction projects that would have required tens of thousands of laborers working in the brutal Egyptian heat, mixing mortar, hauling brick, cutting stone, filling the Mediterranean sun with the sound of a people being unmade. The text is precise about what the Egyptians imposed. They made their lives bitter with hard service, in mortar and brick, and in all kinds of work in the field. In all their work, they were ruthless. The word translated ruthless in most versions carries in its original language a quality of crushing, of grinding down, of a specific and intentional severity that goes beyond the practical requirements of the work. The Egyptians were not simply using the Israelites. They were trying to break them. It did not work. The more they were oppressed, the more they multiplied and the more they spread. That sentence, positioned in the narrative where it is, lands with a quiet defiance that the story will return to again and again. Pharaoh tried to reduce a people, and the people grew. The Egyptians were in dread of the people of Israel. The word used suggests something beyond political anxiety, a physical revulsion, a deep unease in the presence of something that will not diminish the way it is supposed to. Pharaoh had expected that affliction would produce attrition. Instead, it produced increase. He had misunderstood the material he was working with. He escalated. He called in 2 midwives, women named Shiphrah and Puah, and he gave them instructions that he apparently considered rational and discreet. When you serve as midwife to the Hebrew women and see them on the birth stool, he told them, if it is a son, kill him. If it is a daughter, she shall live. It was genocide administered at the point of birth, intimate and efficient, leaving no visible massacre, no pile of bodies in the public square, only the quiet, private grief of mothers who would be told their sons had not survived the delivery. Pharaoh may have congratulated himself on the tidiness of it. Shiphrah and Puah did not cooperate. They feared God, the text says, and they let the boys live. And when Pharaoh asked them why there were still so many healthy Hebrew baby boys arriving in the world, They told him that the Hebrew women were not like Egyptian women. They were vigorous. They gave birth before the midwife arrived. There was nothing to be done. It is one of the earliest recorded acts of civil disobedience in human history, delivered to the most powerful man in the world by two women whose names the text preserves when it does not bother to record his own. Pharaoh's response to the failure of his discreet approach was to abandon discretion entirely. He commanded all his people, and the phrase is worth feeling the full weight of, not his officials, not his soldiers, not a designated group with specific instructions, all his people, every Egyptian. To every Egyptian he gave the same commission. Every son born to the Hebrews, throw into the Nile. Every daughter, let live. He had turned an entire nation into the instrument of an infanticide, distributing the moral weight of it across a population until it might be possible to believe that no single person was really responsible, that it was simply the law, simply what was required, simply what happened to Hebrew sons in Egypt. The Nile, which was itself considered sacred, the divine artery of Egyptian life and prosperity. The river, whose annual flooding was the gift of the gods, and the basis of Egyptian agriculture and therefore Egyptian civilization, was to become a disposal site for the bodies of the people Pharaoh feared. Into this Egypt, into this specific historical moment of organized, state-sponsored, religiously indifferent murder, a boy was born to a man named Amram and a woman named Jochebed, of the tribe of Levi. His mother looked at him and saw that he was good, the text says, using a word that echoes the creation account in Genesis, where God looked at what had been made and called it good. Something in this child was worth preserving. She hid him for 3 months, and when hiding was no longer possible, she made a basket of reeds, coated it with bitumen and pitch, and placed her son in it and set it among the reeds at the edge of the Nile. Her daughter stood at a distance to see what would happen to him. The irony has the texture of something composed rather than merely recorded. Pharaoh had commanded the Nile to receive the Hebrew sons. The Nile received this one and gave him back, delivered him to the very household that had ordered his death, where he grew up in the palace of the man who had sentenced him, educated in the full tradition of the world's most sophisticated civilization, known to everyone around him by the name that Pharaoh's own daughter had given him. Moses, she said, because she drew him out of the water. He grew up in the palace. He was trained in writing and administration and the military arts and the religious traditions of a civilization that had been accumulating knowledge for 2,000 years before his birth. He was, by every external measure, Egyptian. He ate at Egyptian tables, wore Egyptian linen, spoke the Egyptian language with the fluency of the native rather than the acquired competence of the immigrant. And somewhere inside all of that, he knew he was not Egyptian. How he knew, the text does not fully explain. Whether his mother's presence as his nurse had been enough to root his identity in something the palace could not erase, or whether it was something less explicable than that, a body that recognized its own people, even when the mind had been shaped elsewhere. What the text records is simply that one day, when Moses was grown, he went out to his people and looked on their burdens. He saw an Egyptian beating a Hebrew. He looked this way and that. No one was watching. He killed the Egyptian and buried him in the sand. He thought it was a secret. It was not. The next day he found 2 Hebrews fighting each other and tried to intervene. And the man who was in the wrong turned on him and asked who had made him a prince and a judge over them, and whether he intended to kill this man the way he had killed the Egyptian. The knowledge was already public. Moses was afraid. Pharaoh heard of it and sought to kill him, and Moses fled. He went east, past the borders of Egypt, into the Sinai Peninsula and beyond, into the land of Midian, where he sat down beside a well, which in the narrative world of Genesis and Exodus is the place where significant meetings happen, where futures are shaped by the accident of arriving at the same place for the same ordinary reason. He met 7 daughters of a priest, drew water for them when other shepherds tried to drive them away, and found himself with a home and a wife and a flock and a life. He was a fugitive who had become a shepherd in a land that was not his own, managing animals across the terrain of the Sinai with the methodical patience of someone who has accepted that the larger story is over. He named his firstborn son Gershom, which sounds like the Hebrew word for sojourner, meaning alien, stranger, someone who does not belong to the soil he walks. Even in the naming of his child, Moses was announcing his own condition. I am a stranger here. I have nowhere that is mine. Meanwhile, in Egypt, the Pharaoh who had wanted Moses dead died. A new Pharaoh came to power, and the Israelites groaned under their slavery and cried out. Their cry rose up to God, the text says, with the directness of a stone dropped into water. No theological softening, no intermediary. God heard their groaning. God remembered the covenant with Abraham and Isaac and Jacob. And God saw the people of Israel, and God knew. 4 verbs, stacked, heard, remembered, saw, knew. It is as though the text is making absolutely certain that the reader understands that what is about to happen is not random, is not coincidental, is not the working out of impersonal historical forces. Something has been paying attention. Something has been waiting for exactly this moment. Moses was in the wilderness, tending flocks near the mountain of God, the mountain called Horeb or Sinai, depending on which part of the tradition you are reading. He saw a bush burning. He saw that the bush was burning and was not consumed. He turned aside to look, and that turning aside, that small act of curiosity in the face of something that should not be possible, was the pivot on which the history of 2 peoples turned. God spoke from the bush. God identified himself. The God of Abraham, of Isaac, of Jacob. Moses hid his face. He was afraid to look at God. And then came the commission, delivered with the unhurried specificity of someone who has had a great deal of time to consider what they are asking. I have seen the affliction of my people in Egypt. I have heard their cry. I know their sufferings. I have come down to deliver them. And you, Moses, I am sending to Pharaoh to bring my people out. Moses had 5 objections, and he offered them in sequence with the careful thoroughness of a man who genuinely hopes that one of them will be decisive enough to be released from what is being asked. Who am I to do this? God answered. What should I say your name is? God answered, I am who I am. Tell them I am has sent you. What if they do not believe me? God gave him 3 signs: a staff that became a serpent, a hand that became leprous and was restored, water from the Nile that would become blood. Moses tried again. I am not eloquent. I am slow of speech. God reminded him who made mouths, who made tongues, who made speech itself. Moses made his final attempt, the most honest one. Please, Lord, send someone else. At that, the text says, the anger of the Lord burned against Moses, and yet even then God did not withdraw the call. He appointed Aaron, Moses' older brother, as spokesman, and sent Moses back toward Egypt with the staff of God in his hand and the most impossible instruction anyone had ever received in his heart. He returned. He met Aaron on the way. They gathered the elders of Israel, performed the signs, and the people believed. They bowed their heads and worshipped. And then Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh. Pharaoh's response was immediate and entirely consistent with everything the narrative has already revealed about him. Who is the Lord, he said, that I should obey his voice and let Israel go? I do not know the Lord, and moreover I will not let Israel go. The parallel with the verse about the new king who did not know Joseph is exact and almost certainly deliberate. This Pharaoh does not know Joseph. He does not know God. Both forms of ignorance are the same ignorance, the refusal to acknowledge a legitimate claim that exists outside his own authority. He added, to demonstrate his contempt, that the Israelites were idle, that their request for a religious festival was proof they needed more work not less, and he doubled their quota that same day. From now on, the Israelites must gather their own straw for bricks while meeting the same production targets. Their taskmasters would see to it. The Israelites, predictably, blamed Moses. Moses, equally predictably, went back to God and asked what was happening and why everything had gotten worse since he arrived. God's answer was a restatement of the covenant and a promise of deliverance, and it led eventually to Moses and Aaron returning to Pharaoh, and Aaron throwing down Moses' staff before the court of Egypt, where it became a serpent. Pharaoh's magicians produced their own serpents through their own arts. Aaron's serpent swallowed theirs. Pharaoh's heart was hardened, the text says. He would not listen. And the first plague began. The 10 plagues of Egypt are, among other things, a sustained and methodical confrontation between the God of Israel and the gods of Egypt, targeting with apparent precision the divine precincts that Egyptian religion had established across centuries of theological elaboration. They were not random disasters. They were specific, layered, and cumulative, each one going further than the last, each one landing in a domain where Egypt had organized its spiritual life with particular care. The Nile was struck first. Moses was told to meet Pharaoh in the morning, when Pharaoh went down to the river, and to stretch out the staff and strike the water. The Nile turned to blood. The fish died. The river stank. The Egyptians could not drink from it. Egypt, in its theology, was the gift of the Nile, the annual flood that deposited rich silt on the fields and made the desert bloom, was the central miracle of Egyptian life, attributed to the god Hapi, nurtured by Osiris, celebrated in ritual. What had been sacred became revolting. What had sustained became poisonous. Pharaoh's magicians replicated the effect, which should perhaps have raised the question of why anyone would want to replicate the production of undrinkable water. But the point was not practical. The point was that Egyptian wisdom could match this challenge, that the power being wielded against Egypt was not categorically beyond Egypt's own resources. Pharaoh turned and went back to his house, the text says. He did not take this to heart. His heart was hardened. Frogs came next. They swarmed from the Nile, covered the land, entered the houses, entered the bedrooms, entered the beds, entered the ovens and the kneading bowls. The frog goddess Heket, worshipped in Egypt as a symbol of fertility and the protection of new life, had become an infestation. Again, the magicians could replicate it, which again served mainly to make the problem worse. Pharaoh called Moses and Aaron in the middle of the plague and asked them to pray that the frogs be removed, and promised to let the people go. Moses asked when, and Pharaoh said tomorrow, which has struck readers for centuries as an interesting choice. The man sleeping with frogs in his bed, eating frogs with his bread, and listening to frogs in the dark chose tomorrow rather than immediately, as though he needed one more night with the problem before he could commit to the solution. Moses prayed. The frogs died. They were piled in heaps across the land, and the smell of them was in the air of Egypt. Pharaoh saw there was relief, and he hardened his heart, and he did not listen. This, for the first time, is framed as Pharaoh hardening his own heart. Not God, not fate, but Pharaoh himself, making the choice with his own will. Gnats came from the dust of the earth, covering humans and animals across all of Egypt. The magicians attempted their arts and failed. They could not replicate this one, and their conclusion, delivered directly to Pharaoh, was 4 words that carried the full weight of a civilization's accumulated confidence being forced to locate a limit. This is the finger of God. They were not converting. They were not abandoning the theology they had served. They were simply acknowledging that whatever was operating here was operating from a register they could not access. Pharaoh did not listen to them. His heart was hardened. Flies came, dense and oppressive, into Pharaoh's house and his servants' houses and all of Egypt, and the land was ruined by them. But not in Goshen, not where the Israelites lived. The distinction is stated plainly and without elaboration. God set a division between the people of Egypt and the people of Israel, and the flies were evidence of that division, a geographical proof of the claim that was being made. Pharaoh was observing in real time a boundary being drawn inside his own country that he had not authorized and could not erase. He called Moses and Aaron. He made an offer. "Sacrifice to your God here in the land within Egypt." Moses declined. The offering would be offensive to Egyptians, he said, the Israelites worshiping in ways the Egyptians found abominable. They needed to go into the wilderness. Pharaoh offered a compromise, not too far, and he said the words for the first time, that he would say and retract so many times they would become a kind of maddening refrain. "I will let you go," Moses prayed. The flies left, not one remaining. Pharaoh hardened his heart this time also. The livestock of Egypt died in the 5th plague. Horses, donkeys, camels, herds, flocks, the entire agricultural and military foundation of a nation that ran on animal power. The livestock of Israel did not die. Pharaoh sent people to check, and they confirmed it. Not one of the livestock of Israel was dead. His heart was hardened. He would not let the people go. Boils broke out, festering sores across the skin of every Egyptian and every animal that remained. And the magicians could not stand before Moses because the boils were on them also, on them as on all the Egyptians. The text notes, with a precision that seems almost clinical, that God hardened Pharaoh's heart and he did not listen. This is the first time the hardening is attributed to God rather than to Pharaoh himself, and the shift matters enormously. The early plagues showed Pharaoh hardening his own heart, exercising his own will in a direction that each choice made easier and more habitual. Now God confirmed what Pharaoh had already determined himself to be, a man who would not yield. It is not that God removed Pharaoh's freedom. It is that God ratified Pharaoh's own established direction and made it the instrument through which a larger purpose would be accomplished. God said it plainly in the warning delivered before the 7th plague, "I have raised you up for this very purpose, to show you my power, so that my name may be proclaimed in all the earth." Pharaoh had spent his reign using people as instruments for his own purposes. He was now an instrument for someone else's. The irony is not incidental. It is the architecture of the whole story. Hail came with thunder and fire running along the ground. The most severe storm in Egypt since it became a nation, the text says. It struck down everything in the field, shattered the trees, and killed every person and animal left outside. Moses had warned anyone willing to listen to bring their livestock in, and some of Pharaoh's officials had feared the word of the Lord enough to do it. Others had not. The flax and the barley were destroyed. The wheat and spelt, which came later, were not yet up, and so survived. Egypt was learning, plague by plague, that this God was specific in what was targeted, specific in where the boundary lay, specific in what was spared. Pharaoh called Moses and Aaron. This time he said something he had not said before. "I have sinned. The Lord is in the right, and I and my people are in the wrong. Stop the thunder and the hail." Moses lifted his hands to the sky. The thunder and hail ceased, and the rain stopped pouring on the earth. When Pharaoh saw that the rain and hail and thunder had ceased, he sinned again and hardened his heart, he and his officials alike. Locusts came on an east wind that blew all that day and all that night, and by morning they had covered the face of the whole land so that the land was black. They ate every plant in the land, and all the fruit of the trees that the hail had left. Not a green thing remained in all the land. Before this plague, something interesting happened. Pharaoh's officials came to him and asked how long this man would be a snare to them. "Let the men go," they said, "to serve their God. Do you not yet understand that Egypt is ruined?" The word is stark. Not troubled, not damaged, not threatened, ruined. Egypt's advisors were telling its ruler something its ruler was not prepared to hear. Pharaoh called Moses back and appeared to negotiate. Who exactly would be going? Moses said everyone, young and old, sons and daughters, flocks and herds. A full religious festival required a full community. Pharaoh said no, only the men could go. The rest, he said, was clearly evil in their hearts, and he drove them out of his presence. The locusts arrived. Pharaoh called Moses again. I have sinned against the Lord your God and against you. Forgive my sin only this once, and plead with the Lord your God only to remove this death from me. Moses prayed. A strong west wind came and lifted the locusts and drove them into the Red Sea. Not a single locust was left in all the country of Egypt. The Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart. He would not let the people go. 3 days of darkness fell over Egypt. Not the dim half-dark of clouds or eclipse, but a darkness that could be felt thick and palpable, the kind of dark that stops a person in place, that makes the hand held in front of the face invisible. For 3 days no Egyptian could see one another or rise from where they were. But all the people of Israel had light where they lived. The sun god Ra was the supreme deity of the Egyptian pantheon, the king of the gods, the father of creation, the one from whom the Pharaoh himself claimed divine descent. Pharaoh was the son of Ra, and the son of Ra could not produce light. The darkness held. Pharaoh called Moses in one more time. Go, serve your God, he said. Only let your flocks and herds remain. Moses said they could not leave a hoof behind. They needed all their animals for worship and for sacrifice, not knowing yet what the Lord would require. Pharaoh's patience, if it could be called patience, finally reached its visible end. Get away from me, he told Moses. Take care never to see my face again, for on the day you see my face you shall die. Moses said, As you say, I will not see your face again. Before he left, Moses delivered the final warning. One more plague, and Pharaoh would let them go, urgently, completely driving them out. At midnight, God would go through Egypt, and every firstborn in the land would die, from the firstborn of Pharaoh, who sat on his throne, to the firstborn of the slave girl behind the handmill, from the firstborn of the captive in the dungeon to the firstborn of the livestock. Every house in Egypt would know grief, but not the houses of Israel. There was to be a protection, and it required action. A lamb was to be slaughtered on the 14th day of the month, its blood painted on the doorposts and lintels of the house, the lamb itself roasted and eaten in haste, sandals on the feet, staff in hand, ready to leave. When God passed through Egypt and saw the blood, he would pass over that house. The death would not enter. This was the beginning of Passover, the festival the people of Israel would observe for every generation that followed, so that the night of deliverance would never be forgotten, so that the children would always be able to ask what this meant and be told the full story. At midnight, every firstborn in Egypt died, Pharaoh's son, the firstborn of the prisoner in the dungeon, the firstborn of every animal. Pharaoh arose in the night. All his officials arose, all Egypt arose, and there was a great cry in Egypt, for there was not a house where someone was not dead. Among the gods whom Egypt worshipped, the firstborn of Pharaoh occupied a sacred position. Pharaoh was divine, the son of Ra, and his heir was part of that divinity's continuation. The heir was gone. The cattle and flocks of Egypt had already been largely destroyed. Now the human heir of the divine house of Egypt was dead in the night, and all around the palace, in every house, in every city and village and settlement, across the entire breadth of the most powerful nation in the ancient world, families were discovering the same thing. The darkness of the 9th plague had lifted. The darkness of the 10th had settled in its place, and this one was not in the air. It was in the rooms where the firstborn children lay. Pharaoh summoned Moses and Aaron that night. Not in the morning. In the night, immediately, urgently, still in the dark with the sound of weeping all around him. Rise up, he said. Go out from among my people, both you and the people of Israel, and go serve the Lord as you have said. Take your flocks and your herds, as you have said. Be gone, and bless me also. That last request, so small and so extraordinary amid everything, has the quality of something said by a man whose ground has completely given way, who is reaching for whatever remains within reach. Bless me also. The Egyptians were urging the people of Israel to hurry, pressing them to leave, saying, "We shall all be dead." The people took their dough before it was leavened, wrapped their kneading bowls in cloaks, asked the Egyptians for silver and gold and clothing, and the Egyptians gave it to them. The text says, because the Lord had given the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. Egypt paid the people it had enslaved in the middle of the night in its grief, because it wanted them gone so urgently that the price was acceptable. They left. Something in the range of 600,000 men on foot, plus families, plus a mixed multitude of others, plus livestock in numbers beyond counting. They had been in Egypt 430 years. They walked out in the dark, with unleavened dough on their backs, and Egyptian silver in their hands, and the sound of Egyptian mourning behind them, following Moses toward a wilderness they had never seen, toward a land they had only heard about in stories told around fires in Goshen, toward a God who had said, "I am who I am," and who had proved it 10 times over in the span of weeks. Pharaoh let them go, and then he changed his mind. The text says his heart was turned against the people, his and his officials both. "What have we done?" they asked, "letting Israel go from serving us?" He prepared his chariot. He took 600 chosen chariots and all the other chariots of Egypt, officers over all of them, and he pursued the people of Israel. He found them camped by the sea, with the water before them, and the Egyptian army behind them, and nowhere to go. The people of Israel looked up and saw the Egyptians marching toward them and were terrified. They cried out to the Lord and said to Moses, "Is it because there are no graves in Egypt that you brought us here to die?" This complaint, under the circumstances, is not entirely unreasonable, but Moses told them to stand firm. "See the salvation of the Lord," he said. "The Lord will fight for you, and you have only to be silent." Then God instructed Moses to lift his staff and stretch his hand over the sea. The pillar of cloud that had been going before Israel moved behind them, standing between the camp of Egypt and the camp of Israel, so that the one did not come near the other all night. Moses stretched out his hand. A strong east wind blew all that night and drove the sea back, turning it into dry land. The waters were divided, standing as walls on the right and on the left, and the people of Israel walked through on dry ground between them. The Egyptians pursued. They went in after Israel into the middle of the sea, all Pharaoh's horses, chariots, and horsemen. In the morning watch, God looked down on the Egyptian forces and threw them into a panic. He clogged their chariot wheels so that they drove with difficulty. And the Egyptians said, "Let us flee from before Israel, for the Lord fights for them against Egypt." It was, as recognitions go, both accurate and approximately 12 plagues too late. Moses stretched his hand over the sea again. By morning the sea returned to its normal course, and as the Egyptians fled into it, the Lord drove them into the middle of it. The waters returned and covered the chariots and the horsemen and all the host of Pharaoh that had followed them into the sea. Not one of them remained. Israel saw the Egyptians dead on the seashore, saw the great power that the Lord had shown against Egypt, and the people feared the Lord. They believed in the Lord and in Moses his servant. And then Moses and Israel sang, "I will sing to the Lord, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and his rider he has thrown into the sea." The silence that followed on the Egyptian side is the particular silence of a thing so large it takes time to comprehend. Pharaoh's army was gone. 600 chosen chariots and all the officers, the trained corps of the empire's military capacity, had been swallowed by a sea that had opened for one people and closed for another. Egypt did not publish this. Egyptian records, so exhaustive in their cataloging of military victories, their reliefs and inscriptions and papyri filling in the details of campaigns and conquests and the enemies brought low, are silent on the Exodus. The absence is its own testimony. The loss was not the kind of thing that gets carved into stone for posterity. There is no official Egyptian account of what happened to Pharaoh's army at the sea. There is no monument to the occasion. There are gaps in the record where historians who look for corroboration go looking and find only the quiet refusal of a civilization that did not wish to remember its worst day. Whether Pharaoh himself entered the sea with his army or watched from the shore is a question the text does not settle, and the question has been debated as long as the story has been told. One psalm, the 136th, praises God who overthrew Pharaoh and his army in the Red Sea, suggesting Pharaoh shared the fate of his forces. Other readings of the primary account suggest Pharaoh was present, but is not explicitly numbered among the dead. The Egyptian civilization continued. A pharaoh continued to sit on the throne at Thebes and Memphis and Heliopolis. Whether it was the same man who had stood on the shore, watching 600 chariots disappear into the water, or a successor who inherited a kingdom that no longer had the army it had built the morning before, the text does not say. The text, characteristically, does not find Pharaoh's survival especially interesting. He made his choices. The consequences arrived. What became of him afterward is not the story being told. The story being told is about what the experience left behind in the people who lived through it, and what it established about the nature of power, and about what happens when the power of an empire and the power of something else entirely come into direct, prolonged, and increasingly catastrophic contact. Pharaoh had 10 chances. He took each one and returned it unopened. He had advisers who told him Egypt was ruined, and he did not listen. He had a series of ever-worsening demonstrations of a force he was not equipped to resist, and he chose in each case to absorb the blow and go back to his position. He hardened himself, and then the hardening became something God confirmed and used, because in the story of the Exodus, the Pharaoh's obstinacy was not an obstacle to the plan, it was the plan. Every time Pharaoh said no, the ground was prepared for the next demonstration, and the cumulative testimony grew larger and more undeniable until the whole ancient world knew what had happened in Egypt, and who had done it, and how. There is a particular kind of villain who is not destroyed by cruelty or stupidity, but by the absolute conviction that the world is organized according to his own supremacy, that the rules that apply to others do not apply to him, that the force arrayed against him is ultimately manageable because every force he has ever encountered has been manageable. Pharaoh was that kind of villain. He had built a career on the management of forces. He had managed the Israelite population with escalating efficiency, adjusting his methods when earlier ones proved inadequate. He had managed his court and his magicians and his army with the confidence of a man who had never yet encountered a problem that did not eventually yield to Egyptian ingenuity and Egyptian power. He met something that did not yield. He kept applying the same management instinct to something that was not responding to management, and each time it failed, he concluded that the solution was simply more of the same thing that had already failed, only harder. His name is not recorded. His monuments, where they still stand, speak his name in cartouches carved deep into stone that has outlasted every other record. But in the story that shaped the faith of Israel, and through Israel, the faith of much of the world, he is simply the king whose heart was made of stone, the man who looked at the finger of God and hardened himself, who was given 10 chances to choose differently, and chose the same way each time, whose army went into the sea in the morning and did not come out, whose name the text declined to preserve, even as it preserved the names of the 2 midwives who defied him. Shiphrah and Puah go on living in the story. Pharaoh disappears into the silence beyond the sea. Centuries pass again. Israel inherits the land it was promised, fights for it, loses ground, gains ground, buries its judges and its heroes, and eventually does what Samuel warned it would do. It asks for a king. It gets one, and then another, and then the kingdom splits along a fault line that had been under the surface the whole time. 2 kingdoms now occupy the land where one had stood. Judah in the south, holding Jerusalem and the temple, and Israel in the north, holding the fertile valleys and the trade routes, and a succession of dynasties that changed hands with irregularity, suggesting that political stability was not in the northern kingdom especially prized. Into this fractured, ambitious, complicated landscape, in the city of Samaria, in a palace decorated in the Phoenician style that its occupant apparently preferred to anything his ancestors had built, a king named Ahab sat on the throne of Israel and made what the first book of Kings describes without ceremony as the worst marriage in the history of the monarchy. Her name was Jezebel. She was the daughter of Ethbaal, king of the Sidonians, which is to say she was Phoenician, from the great trading civilization of the Lebanese coast that had built Tyre and Sidon and spread its influence across the Mediterranean like ink dropped into water. Her father's name, Ethbaal, meant with Baal, or Baal exists, and he was not merely a king but a priest, serving in the cultic machinery of the religion that would follow his daughter into Israel and nearly replace the God of Abraham entirely. Jezebel was not a woman who arrived in Samaria and quietly adapted to her new country. She arrived as herself, completely, without adjustment, without the diplomatic softening that might have been expected of a foreign queen entering a kingdom with its own theology and its own memory of what the God of Israel had done and required. She arrived as a Phoenician princess, a worshipper of Baal and Asherah, the daughter of a priest of those gods, and she proceeded to make Israel into the kind of place where those gods could be worshipped with the full institutional support of the crown. Ahab built her a temple to Baal in Samaria. He made an Asherah pole, the wooden symbol of the goddess whose worship involved the kind of ritual practices that the law of Moses had prohibited, in terms so explicit they left no room for interpretation. He married Jezebel and served Baal and bowed down to him, the text says, and did more to arouse the anger of the Lord than all the kings of Israel before him, which, given the competition, was a considerable achievement. The book of Kings is not generally given to hyperbole. When it reaches for a superlative, it means it. Ahab occupied the throne of the northern kingdom for approximately 22 years, from around 874 to 852 years before the birth of Christ, and in that time he presided over a kingdom that was, by certain material measures, prosperous and capable. He built cities, fought wars with some success, formed alliances with Damascus and Judah, and left behind an archaeological record suggesting a court of considerable sophistication. None of that, in the assessment of the text, counted against what he had allowed through the door of his palace when he married the woman from Sidon. What Jezebel brought with her was not simply a personal religious preference, the kind of private devotion that a foreign wife might maintain in her own apartments while the official religion of the kingdom continued undisturbed. She brought an agenda, and she had the temperament and the authority to pursue it. She sponsored 450 prophets of Baal and 400 prophets of Asherah, 850 men who ate at her table, supported by the treasury of the northern kingdom, serving the gods of Phoenicia in a land that was supposed to belong to the God who had led Israel out of Egypt. She did not merely permit this, she organized it, funded it, gave it the weight of royal patronage. And she did the other thing, the thing that distinguishes her from any number of rulers who tolerated or encouraged the worship of foreign gods alongside the worship of the Lord. She went after the prophets of the Lord and killed them. This detail appears almost parenthetically in the text, mentioned in the course of explaining why a man named Obadiah had hidden 100 of the Lord's prophets in 2 caves, 50 in each, and fed them bread and water at considerable personal risk during the period of Jezebel's purge. It is mentioned as background, as established context, as the kind of thing the reader needs to know in order to understand what comes next. Jezebel was killing the prophets of the Lord. The phrasing is active and personal. Not the prophets of the Lord were being killed, or some of Jezebel's people were making life difficult for prophets, but she was killing them, directing the systematic elimination of the men whose vocation was to speak for the God she was in the process of replacing. It was not persecution in the casual, incidental sense. It was a program. She was attempting to depopulate a theological position. Into this situation walked Elijah. He appears in the text without introduction, without genealogy beyond a single place name, without any of the biographical scaffolding that the text normally provides when it wants a character to be taken seriously. He is Elijah the Tishbite, of the settlers of Gilead, and in his first appearance he is already speaking, already mid-declaration, the way a man who has had this conversation with God and arrived at its conclusions walks into a room without preamble. He stood before Ahab and said one thing: "As the Lord God of Israel lives, before whom I stand, there shall be no dew or rain these years except by my word." Then he was gone, directed by God to a ravine called Cherith east of the Jordan, where the brook gave him water and ravens brought him bread and meat in the morning and bread and meat in the evening, an arrangement so specific and so strange that it has occupied commentators for centuries without producing consensus on what exactly the ravens signified or how exactly the logistics worked. The point the text is making is simpler. The prophet of the God of Israel was being kept alive in the wilderness, while the kingdom he served was learning what it meant to have no rain. The drought lasted 3 years. 3 years in a region whose agriculture depended entirely on reliable rainfall. 3 years in a land where famine did not arrive all at once, but crept in by stages, the grain stores depleting, the herds thinning, the wells dropping, the people doing what hungry people have always done in desperate circumstances. Baal was the storm god. Baal was the one whose power over weather was the central claim of the religion Jezebel had imported into Israel. The rain had stopped when the prophet of the Lord said it would stop, and it did not return. And the 850 prophets eating at Jezebel's table could not produce a cloud. The drought was a theological argument being made in the most visceral possible language, addressed not to scholars or priests, but to the bodies of everyone who was hungry. At the end of 3 years, God told Elijah to present himself to Ahab, promising that rain would come. Elijah came out of hiding, found a man named Obadiah, the same official who had sheltered the 100 prophets and who now went in fear of his life every time God's Spirit moved Elijah from one place to another, because Ahab had sent search parties across every nation and kingdom to find this man, and had made each of them swear an oath that Elijah was not there. Obadiah was understandably nervous about the instruction to tell Ahab that Elijah had been found. The last time Obadiah had thought he knew where Elijah was, the Spirit of the Lord had apparently carried Elijah somewhere else entirely, and Obadiah had no interest in being the man who told Ahab he had located the prophet and then delivered nothing. But Elijah promised he would present himself that day, and he did. Ahab came to meet him and opened with the words, "Is that you, you troubler of Israel?" Elijah said it was not he who had troubled Israel, but Ahab and his father's house, because they had abandoned the commandments of the Lord and followed the Baals. He then issued a challenge: "Gather all Israel at Mount Carmel, and bring the 450 prophets of Baal and the 400 prophets of Asherah, who eat at Jezebel's table." Mount Carmel was the appropriate place for this confrontation, a long ridge running from the Jezreel Valley to the Mediterranean coast, a place where the geography itself seemed to frame the sky. All Israel gathered. The 850 prophets of Baal and Asherah gathered. Elijah stood before the people and said something that has the quality of a doctor delivering a diagnosis that the patient already knows and has been avoiding. How long will you go limping between 2 different opinions? If the Lord is God, follow him. If Baal, then follow him. The people said nothing. The text notes their silence as though it is itself an answer, which it is. Elijah set the terms: 2 bulls, 2 altars. Each side would prepare its bull and place it on wood, but put no fire to it, and call on its god. And the God who answered by fire was the true God. The prophets of Baal chose their bull, prepared it, and began to call on Baal from morning until noon. "O Baal, answer us," they cried. Nothing happened, no voice, no answer. They limped around the altar they had made, the text says, which suggests a kind of ecstatic ritual dance, circling, working themselves into the state of devotion that the religion required. Nothing happened. At noon, Elijah began to mock them. "Call louder," he said, "for he is a god. Either he is musing, or he is relieving himself, or he is on a journey, or perhaps he is asleep and must be awakened." The mockery is surgical and specific, and it would have landed with particular force on people who had watched Jezebel's apparatus of religious power operate for years. The man who was supposed to be dead was standing on the mountain making jokes at the expense of the 850 prophets of the God who was supposed to have replaced him. They cried louder and cut themselves, as was their custom, with swords and lances until the blood ran down them. Evening came, still nothing, no voice, no answer. No one paid attention. Elijah repaired the altar of the Lord that had been torn down. He took 12 stones, one for each tribe of the sons of Jacob, the man to whom God had given the name Israel. He built the altar and dug a trench around it, large enough to contain 2 measures of seed. He arranged the wood, cut the bull in pieces, laid it on the wood. Then he asked for 4 large jars of water to be poured on the offering and the wood. They poured it. He asked for a second pouring. They poured it. A third. They poured it, and the water ran around the altar and filled the trench. At the time of the offering of the evening sacrifice, Elijah came near and said, "O Lord God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, let it be known this day that you are God in Israel, and that I am your servant, and that I have done all these things at your word. Answer me, O Lord, answer me, that this people may know that you, O Lord, are God, and that you have turned their hearts back." The fire of the Lord fell. It consumed the burnt offering and the wood and the stones and the dust, and licked up the water that was in the trench. All the people saw it. They fell on their faces. "The Lord, he is God," they said. "The Lord, he is God." Then Elijah said, "Seize the prophets of Baal. Let not one of them escape." They seized them, and Elijah brought them down to the brook Kishon and slaughtered them there, every one of the 450. This detail, sandwiched between the miracle of the fire and the miracle of the rain that followed, is the one that sits most uneasily in modern reading, and it is worth sitting with rather than passing over. Elijah killed 450 men on the strength of a theological demonstration. The rain that he had announced was already on its way, a small cloud the size of a man's hand appearing over the sea while Elijah was still on the mountain, growing until the sky went black with clouds, and wind and heavy rain arrived on the land of Israel for the first time in 3 years. Ahab rode in his chariot back to Jezreel in the rain, and the hand of the Lord came upon Elijah, and he girded his loins and ran before Ahab all the way to the entrance of Jezreel, a distance of approximately 20 miles. He ran before the chariot of the king whose wife had been trying to kill him, through the rain that the God of that wife had been unable to produce. Whatever Elijah was feeling in that moment, the text does not report it. It simply records that he ran. Ahab told Jezebel everything Elijah had done, and all about how he had killed all the prophets with the sword. Jezebel sent a messenger to Elijah. The message was brief and did not require interpretation. "So may the gods do to me and more also, if I do not make your life as the life of one of them by this time tomorrow." She was promising him that he would be dead within a day. And Elijah, the man who had called down fire from heaven, who had stood alone against 850 prophets on a mountain and watched them all proven wrong in the most spectacular possible fashion, who had outrun a king's chariot through a rainstorm, Elijah ran. He fled into the wilderness, south and away from the northern kingdom, into the Negev and beyond, until he had gone a day's journey into the wilderness, and sat down under a broom tree and asked to die. "It is enough," he said. "Now, O Lord, take away my life, for I am no better than my fathers." Then he lay down and slept, and an angel touched him and said, Arise and eat. He looked, and there was bread baked on hot stones and a jar of water, and he ate and drank and lay down again. The angel came a second time and said, Arise and eat, for the journey is too great for you. He arose, ate and drank, and went in the strength of that food 40 days and 40 nights, to Horeb, the mount of God, the same mountain where God had spoken from a burning bush to Moses, the mountain where the whole story of the covenant had originally been codified. He went into a cave and spent the night there. And the word of the Lord came to him and said, What are you doing here, Elijah? He answered, I have been very jealous for the Lord, the God of hosts, for the people of Israel have forsaken your covenant, thrown down your altars, and killed your prophets with the sword, and I, even I only, am left, and they seek my life to take it away. He had just killed 450 prophets. He had watched fire fall from heaven and rain return after 3 years. And what he felt, crouching in a cave on the mountain of God, was that he was alone, and that it was over, and that Jezebel had won. God told him to stand on the mountain before the Lord, and a great wind tore through the mountains and broke the rocks, but the Lord was not in the wind. After the wind, an earthquake, but the Lord was not in the earthquake. After the earthquake, a fire, but the Lord was not in the fire. After the fire, a still small voice, or as some translations render it, a sound of sheer silence, a gentle whisper, the nothing sound that is louder than wind and earthquake and fire once everything else has passed. And Elijah heard it, and wrapped his face in his cloak, and stood at the entrance of the cave. The question came again, What are you doing here, Elijah? He gave the same answer, word for word. And God gave him 3 things to do. Anoint Hazael as king over Syria, anoint Jehu as king over Israel, and anoint Elisha as prophet in his place. Also, Elijah was wrong about being alone. 7,000 in Israel had not bowed to Baal. 7,000 had kept their knees for the Lord. The prophet in his cave did not know what the people outside it had been doing in the years of darkness. How many of them had kept faith in private, without fire from heaven to encourage them, simply holding on to the name of God when the official religion of the kingdom had moved on without them. Elijah descended the mountain and found Elisha plowing in a field, and threw his cloak over him and walked away. And Elisha left the oxen and ran after him. And from that point, Elisha was his servant and his heir. And the story moved toward the moment when Elijah would be taken up in a whirlwind, his cloak falling to Elisha on the ground below. But before that, there was Naboth's vineyard. Naboth was a man of Jezreel who owned a plot of land adjacent to Ahab's palace. It was his inheritance, passed down from his fathers in the way that land was understood in Israel, not merely as property but as portion, as the family's share in the gift of the land that God had given to Israel, something that carried a weight beyond its market value, and that the law of Moses had made provision to preserve within families across generations. Ahab wanted it for a vegetable garden. He asked Naboth directly, offering either to pay him a fair price or to give him a better vineyard in exchange. It was not an unreasonable request, framed politely by a king who was capable of politeness, and Naboth's refusal was absolute. "The Lord forbid that I should give you the inheritance of my fathers," he said. It was not stubbornness or greed, it was theology. The land was not merely his, it was the land's connection to his ancestry and his God, and it was not his to sell. Ahab went home and lay down on his bed and turned his face to the wall and would not eat. The portrait of the king sulking in his bedroom over a vegetable garden he could not have is one of the more precisely observed character studies in the books of Kings, powerful enough to take what he wanted by force, raised in a tradition that said he should not, and constitutionally unable to manage the gap between those two positions, except by lying down in the dark and refusing dinner. Jezebel came in and asked what was wrong. When he told her, she looked at him with the particular exasperation of a woman from a court where kings simply took what they required and said, "Do you now govern Israel? Arise and eat bread, and let your heart be cheerful. I will give you the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite." She wrote letters in Ahab's name. She sealed them with his seal. She sent them to the elders and leaders of Jezreel. The instructions were specific. Proclaim a fast, set Naboth at the head of the people, and seat 2 worthless fellows opposite him who will say, "You have cursed God and the king." Then take him out and stone him to death. The letters were sent. The fast was proclaimed. Naboth was seated in the place of honor, as instructed. The 2 worthless men came forward and accused him publicly of cursing God and the king. He was taken outside the city and stoned to death. The elders and leaders sent word back to Jezebel. "Naboth has been stoned and is dead." She went to Ahab. "Arise," she said. "Take possession of the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite, which he refused to give you for money, for Naboth is not alive, but dead." The mechanism of it is the thing to notice. She used Ahab's own authority, his seal, his name, without his explicit knowledge of the specific plan, and turned the existing institutions of Israelite justice into the instrument of murder. She did not need to hire assassins or deploy palace guards. She simply wrote to the men who were already responsible for public order and told them what to do in the name of the king. 2 witnesses were required by the law of Moses to establish a capital charge. She provided 2 witnesses. The law required a formal proclamation. She provided a fast. She understood exactly how the system worked, and she used it to kill a man for a vegetable garden, with no part of her machinery visibly outside the rules. It was, by the standards of political violence, remarkably clean. It was also, by the standards of anything else, monstrous. Elijah found Ahab in the vineyard. Ahab saw him and said, "Have you found me, my enemy?" Elijah said, "I have found you, because you have sold yourself to do what is evil in the sight of the Lord." He spoke the judgment that would follow. In the place where dogs licked the blood of Naboth, dogs would lick the blood of Ahab. His line would be cut off. And Jezebel, the Lord said through Elijah's mouth, "Jezebel the dogs shall eat within the walls of Jezreel." Ahab tore his clothes and put on sackcloth, and fasted, and lay in sackcloth, and went about dejectedly. God saw it, and said to Elijah, "Have you seen how Ahab has humbled himself before me? Because he has humbled himself before me, I will not bring the disaster in his days, but in his son's days I will bring the disaster upon his house." Ahab died at the battle of Ramoth-Gilead. He went into the battle disguised, at the suggestion of a king of Judah who had not read enough history to know how these things generally ended, and a man drew his bow at random and shot, and the arrow found the one gap between the sections of armor where Ahab was exposed, and he sat propped in his chariot all day, blood pooling at the floor of the chariot, and died at evening. They washed the chariot at the pool of Samaria, where the prostitutes bathed, and the dogs licked up his blood, as the word of the Lord had declared. Jezebel was still alive, still queen mother, still a presence in the palace in Jezreel. Years passed. Elijah was gone, taken up in his whirlwind. Elisha carried the cloak and the calling. The dynasty of Ahab continued through his sons Ahaziah and then Joram, and then God sent Elisha to anoint a military commander named Jehu as king over Israel, with explicit instructions. "You shall strike down the house of Ahab your master, so that I may avenge on Jezebel the blood of my servants the prophets, and the blood of all the servants of the Lord." Jehu drove furiously. The phrase is so specific and so well suited to the man it describes that it became a proverb. He drove his chariot toward Jezreel, where Joram was recovering from wounds received in battle. Joram came out to meet him. Jehu shot him through the heart with an arrow, and the body fell in the plot of ground that had belonged to Naboth the Jezreelite, the same ground, the same field, and the irony is so perfectly shaped that the text itself calls attention to it, having Jehu say to his officer, "Take him up and throw him into the plot of ground of Naboth. Remember how you and I rode side by side behind his father Ahab, and the Lord made this pronouncement against him. Joram died in Naboth's vineyard, as the word of the Lord had said he would." Jehu drove on toward Jezreel. Jezebel heard he was coming. She knew what it meant. She had been a queen her entire adult life. She understood the mathematics of a coup. She could read the news of Joram's death and calculate what came next with perfect clarity. She did not flee. She did not hide. She did not attempt negotiation or surrender or any of the various strategies available to someone who understands they are at the end of the road and would prefer not to be. She painted her eyes. She arranged her hair. Then she looked out of the window and waited for Jehu to ride through the gate. The act of painting her eyes and fixing her hair before her death has been interpreted in almost every possible direction since the moment it was recorded, as vanity, as defiance, as the instinct of a woman who intended to meet whatever was coming on her own terms and in full command of her own appearance, as a last assertion of the dignity she had carried her entire life. It may have been all of those things simultaneously. What it was not was an accident. She chose to be seen in a particular way, and she arranged herself to be seen that way, and then she called down from the window with the only weapon she had left, which was her contempt. She called Jehu by the name of Zimri, a king of Israel who had assassinated his master and then reigned for 7 days before being overthrown and burning the palace down around himself rather than surrender. It was an insult, precisely calibrated, comparing the man who had come to kill her to history's most short-lived usurper, promising by implication that this coup would last exactly as long as the last one did. "Is it peace?" she said. "You Zimri, murderer of your master?" Jehu looked up at the window and called out, "Who is on my side? Who?" And 2 or 3 eunuchs looked out, the palace servants who had served under Jezebel for years, who knew the calculation they were being asked to make in real time with no room to think. "Throw her down," Jehu said. They threw her down. Her blood spattered on the wall and on the horses, and Jehu trampled her under the horses' hooves and went into the palace and ate and drank. After he had eaten and drunk, he said, "See now to this cursed woman, and bury her, for she is a king's daughter." He sent servants to bury her. They found nothing but the skull, the feet, and the palms of her hands. The rest of her had been eaten by the dogs of Jezreel, as Elijah had said. "The flesh of Jezebel shall be as dung on the face of the field in the territory of Jezreel, so that no one can say, 'This is Jezebel.'" That last phrase is the one that resonates. So that no one can say, "This is Jezebel." The prophecy was not merely that she would die and be devoured. It was that her body would be so completely consumed that there would be nothing to point at and identify, no grave, no marker, no place where someone could stand and say, "This is where she lies and who she was." The woman who had defined herself so completely, who had insisted on being herself with such force and consistency that she went to her death painting her eyes, would have no remains. She would not even be a skeleton. She would be scattered, unlocatable, returned to the ground so thoroughly that the very possibility of memory that attached to a body and a burial place would be denied to her. Her name survived her bones. It survived her body and her dynasty and the kingdom she had lived in and the religion she had promoted. Her name survived because the text refused to let it go, refused to reduce her to a footnote or a passing reference, insisted on giving her full weight and full presence in the story of Israel's worst years. She is remembered as a villain. She is also, within the frame of the narrative she inhabits, the most decisive person in it, more decisive than Ahab, who lay on his bed and sulked, more decisive than the elders of Jezreel, who followed her instructions and then wrote to tell her the job was done, more decisive than the eunuchs who looked out of the window and weighed their options for approximately the length of time it took Jehu to finish asking his question. She made decisions and she pursued them, and the decisions were catastrophic for everyone they touched, and she made them anyway without visible hesitation. From the moment she arrived in Israel with her gods and her priests and her appetite for ordering the world according to her own understanding of how it should be ordered, the name Jezebel would be deployed as an accusation for the rest of biblical history and far beyond it. Centuries after her death, in the book of Revelation, the risen Christ sent a letter to the church at Thyatira and named a false prophetess in that congregation Jezebel, using the dead queen's name to identify a living woman who was teaching and seducing servants of God into sexual immorality and the eating of food sacrificed to idols. The name had become a category. She had not survived as a person, but as a type. The woman who leads men into apostasy. The woman who uses power without scruple. The woman who refuses to be governed by what the men around her have decided is appropriate. History applied her name to women it wished to discredit for the next 2,000 years and more, rarely with the care the original text took in actually recording what she did and why. What the text records is this: she was the daughter of a priest, king who raised her in a tradition she believed in. She married a king and promoted that tradition in his kingdom. She killed people who opposed her. She committed the judicial murder of an innocent man for a piece of land she wanted her husband to have. She refused to flee or beg or diminish herself when the end came, and she died looking her killer in the face and calling him names. The dogs ate her flesh in the field of Naboth, the man she had destroyed for his inheritance, and the ground took her the way it had taken his blood, without ceremony, without a marker, without anything to say, "This is where she is." Her skull lay in the ground of Jezreel, in the territory where Naboth had once grown his vines. The two of them shared the same field at the end. The man she had destroyed and the woman who had ordered it returned to the same earth. What the earth made of that arrangement, the text does not say. 8 centuries separate the field of Naboth from the field that was bought with 30 pieces of silver on the edge of Jerusalem, and between those two fields lies the whole arc of what the Hebrew prophets spent 800 years trying to say. The second field also has a name. It is called Akeldama in the Aramaic, that the people of Jerusalem spoke in the 1st century of the Common Era, the field of blood. A potter's field, purchased to bury strangers in, acquired with money that the chief priests of the temple would not put back in the treasury because it was blood money, because everyone in that transaction knew exactly what it had purchased and could not pretend otherwise. The man who had carried the 30 pieces of silver back to the temple and thrown them onto the floor and gone out and hanged himself did not live to know the field had been bought with what he had returned. He was already dead in the short, terrible interval between the money hitting the temple floor and the moment the priests counted it again and began to discuss what to do with it. The field was the last consequence of a decision he had made, and he had no knowledge of it. He had run out of knowledge and out of time, and apparently, on the evidence of the moment he chose and the place and the method, out of everything else as well. His name was Judas. In the 1st century, in the land of Israel, it was not a name that required explanation or that carried any particular shadow. It was one of the most common names in Jewish Palestine, the Greek form of Yehuda, the name of the 4th son of Jacob and of the tribe and kingdom that had come from him, a name that meant something like, "Let God be praised." It was the name of Judas Maccabeus, the warrior priest who had led the revolt against the Seleucid Empire roughly 160 years before the birth of Christ, and driven foreign occupiers from the temple and become one of the most celebrated figures in Jewish national memory. It was a patriot's name, a name with resonance and history and pride attached to it. After the events of a single night in a garden on the Mount of Olives, sometime around 30 or 33 years after the birth of Christ, it was never the same again. No one in the subsequent history of Western civilization would name a child Judas without a conversation, and the conversation would always be about him. His second name is almost as contested as his first, Iscariot. The most straightforward reading connects it to the Hebrew Ish Kerioth, meaning man of Kerioth, a town in southern Judea mentioned in the book of Joshua, which would make Judas the only member of the 12 apostles who was not from Galilee. He would have been the southerner among northerners, the Judean among Galileans, the man who came from the heartland of the old southern kingdom, while the rest of them came from the region the Jerusalem establishment had always regarded with a measure of provincial condescension. Some scholars have argued instead for a connection to the Latin word sicarius, meaning dagger man or assassin, the term applied to the Sicarii, a militant faction of Jewish nationalists who specialized in targeted killings of collaborators and Romans in the crowds of Jerusalem, daggers concealed under cloaks. If that connection holds, Judas was not merely a disappointed follower, but a man who had arrived in the movement with a specific political theology, expecting it to produce results that it never produced, watching with increasing frustration as Jesus refused to become the revolutionary general the Sicarii would have recognized. The etymology has never been settled. The uncertainty is appropriate. Almost nothing about Judas has ever been settled, and the people who have tried to settle it over 2,000 years have usually produced more heat than light. He was chosen. That fact stands before all the others and cannot be moved. Jesus chose 12 men to be his apostles, to travel with him, to eat with him, to learn from him, to see the things he did and hear the things he said, and eventually to carry those things outward into a world that had not been present for them. The choosing was deliberate and prayerful. Luke's gospel records that before naming the 12, Jesus went out to a mountain and spent the night in prayer to God, and when day came, he called his disciples and chose from them 12. Judas was among those 12. He was not an accidental addition, not someone who inserted himself into the company through determination or charm, not someone Jesus tolerated because removing him would have caused a scene. He was chosen by the same prayer that chose Peter and James and John and the rest of them. He was called by name the same way they were called. He answered the same way they answered. He left what he had been doing and followed, which is precisely what the other 11 did, and which is precisely what discipleship looked like in that time and place. He walked the roads of Galilee with Jesus. He watched the feeding of the 5,000, and helped distribute the bread and collected the 12 baskets of fragments afterward. He heard the Sermon on the Mount, the Beatitudes, the teaching on prayer, the parables. He saw the healings, and, if the Gospels are read at face value, performed them himself. Jesus sent out the 12 with authority over unclean spirits and power to heal every disease and affliction, and the 12 went out and preached and healed, and Judas was among the 12. He had been given the same commission as Peter. He had exercised the same authority as John. Whatever he was becoming in private, in his assessments and his calculations and his accumulating disappointments, outwardly he was doing what they were all doing, carrying the message, healing the sick, casting out spirits in the name of Jesus. He was also the treasurer. He carried the money bag, the common fund into which what was given to the group was placed, and from which what was needed was drawn. John's gospel, writing with the benefit of hindsight that the other gospels also have but deploy less directly, notes that he was a thief, that he used to help himself to what was put into the bag. John says this in the context of reporting Judas's objection to the anointing at Bethany, where a woman named Mary poured expensive perfume over Jesus' feet. Judas objected. Why was this perfume not sold for 300 denarii and the money given to the poor? 300 denarii was roughly a year's wages for a common laborer. The perfume was not a modest luxury. John reports that Judas said this not because he cared about the poor, but because he was a thief, and having charge of the money bag, used to pilfer from it. The insertion of that detail at that moment is deliberate and devastating, reducing Judas's apparent concern for the poor to cover for his own theft, turning the most pious-sounding thing he says in the entire gospel into a lie. Jesus' response was to defend the woman and the act. "Let her alone," he said. "She has done a beautiful thing. You always have the poor with you, but you will not always have me." What Judas heard in that response, and in the accumulated weight of 3 years of similar moments, the text does not record. The inner life of Judas Iscariot is one of the great unreachable places in the entire biblical narrative. John's Gospel says he was a thief. Luke and John both say that Satan entered him before the betrayal, Luke placing the entry before the arrangement with the chief priests, John placing it at the moment of the Last Supper when Jesus handed him the morsel of bread. Matthew and Mark do not mention Satan in connection with Judas at all, reporting instead a transaction. Judas went to the chief priests and offered to hand Jesus over. They agreed on 30 pieces of silver, and from that point he looked for a convenient opportunity. The straightforward reading of Matthew and Mark is of a man who made a calculation and acted on it, without supernatural prompting figuring in the account. The question of what the calculation was, what he thought he was doing, and what he expected to happen, is the question that every reader of every gospel eventually arrives at, and that no gospel fully answers. The 30 pieces of silver have been examined from every angle. In Zechariah's prophetic text, the sum is the price contemptuously paid for the shepherd's labor, thrown to the potter in the house of the Lord, a passage of disputed meaning and biting irony. In the law of Moses, 30 pieces of silver is the compensation paid when a slave has been gored by an ox. The price of a life, but the lowest possible price, the value assigned to the most completely dispossessed person in the social order, as a bribe for information leading to the arrest of a man who had been drawing enormous crowds for 3 years, it was not generous. Various attempts to calculate the purchasing power of 31st century silver shekels have produced figures that are significant but not extraordinary, enough to live on for a few months, not enough to transform a life. If Judas was primarily motivated by greed, he was not a very effective greedy man. The money does not explain enough. Some who have looked at Judas have argued for disillusionment of a specific political kind, that he had joined the movement expecting Jesus to declare himself king of the Jews in the military and national sense that the occupation made so urgent, and that as the ministry continued without any such declaration, as Jesus kept speaking about a kingdom that was not of this world and kept retreating from the crowds who would make him king by force, Judas's patience ran out. On this reading, the betrayal was not an act of greed, but an act of impatience, an attempt to force the moment that Jesus kept refusing to force, to back him into a corner where the only remaining option was to exercise the power that Judas was convinced he had and was inexplicably declining to use. If Jesus was arrested, the argument goes, he would have to act. He would call the angels he had claimed were available to him, and the whole situation would explode into the liberation that the movement had always seemed to be building toward. If that was the calculation, then standing in the temple with 30 pieces of silver in his hands, and the news that Jesus had been condemned to death, Judas would have understood in one sudden collapse of certainty that he had been catastrophically wrong about everything, and that the catastrophe was his. The Gospels do not endorse this reading. They do not endorse any single reading of his motives, which may be why it has never been agreed upon. What they record is the sequence of events, and the events are clear enough. He went to the chief priests. The chief priests, Matthew and Mark both report, were looking for a way to arrest Jesus and kill him, but they wanted to do it away from the festival crowds because they feared a riot. Jesus was popular, and his following was unpredictable, and a public arrest during Passover, when Jerusalem was filled with pilgrims from across the Jewish world, was the kind of thing that could go badly in multiple directions simultaneously. Judas solved their problem. He knew where Jesus went at night. He knew the routines, the preferred places, the patterns of a man he had traveled beside for 3 years. He offered them exactly what they needed, a private arrest, away from the crowds, guided by someone who knew the subject well enough to identify him in the dark. They paid him 30 pieces of silver and waited. The Passover meal was that night. Jesus reclined at table with his 12 apostles, and while they were eating, he said, "Truly I say to you, one of you will betray me." The distress that ran through the room was immediate and in its way revealing. They began to say to him, one after another, "Is it I, Lord?" Not one of them said, "Obviously it is Judas. He has been strange lately." Not one of them pointed across the table and named the man they were all supposedly living closely enough with to know his every habit. Each of them asked about himself, because each of them, apparently, was aware enough of his own capacity for failure to make the question genuinely uncomfortable. Jesus said, "It is he who has dipped his hand in the dish with me." He also said, "The Son of Man goes as it is written of him, but woe to that man by whom the Son of Man is betrayed. It would have been better for that man if he had not been born." It is the most terrible thing Jesus says about any individual in the entire gospel record. Not that he will be punished, not that he will be forgiven if he repents, that it would have been better if he had never existed. The weight of that sentence has been measured by every theologian who has attempted to think seriously about Judas, and none of them has produced a measurement that fully accounts for it. In John's account, Jesus identified the betrayer more specifically. "It is the one to whom I will give this morsel of bread when I have dipped it." He dipped the morsel and gave it to Judas. After Judas had taken it, John writes, "Satan entered into him." Jesus said, "What you are going to do, do quickly." The others at the table did not understand what he meant. Some thought Judas was being sent to buy something for the feast, or to give something to the poor. He had the money bag. Those were plausible instructions. Judas went out, and it was night. 3 words in the Greek, kai anux, and it was night. John's gospel is not given to ornament for its own sake. Those 3 words are not atmospheric decoration. They are a statement about what was happening and where it was happening and what kind of a moment this was in the history of everything. The light of the world was at the table. The man who had been given bread by him had gone out into the dark. It was night. He had arranged a signal. "Whoever I kiss is the man," he had told the crowd who came with him, "seize him and lead him away under guard." The word used in Matthew and Mark for what Judas did with Jesus in the garden is not the ordinary Greek word for a greeting kiss. It is kataphilein, a verb that means to kiss warmly, to kiss with feeling, to kiss as one kisses someone one loves. Whatever Judas felt in that moment, the word the text chose to describe his action is the word for affection. And the dissonance between the action and its purpose has disturbed readers since the night it happened. He came to the garden where Jesus was praying, where the disciples who were supposed to be keeping watch had fallen asleep 3 times, and he walked up to Jesus and said, "Greetings, Rabbi," and kissed him. Jesus answered with a single word in Luke's account, a question so precisely placed that it has never lost its power to land. "Judas, would you betray the Son of Man with a kiss?" In Matthew, Jesus calls him friend. Friend, do what you came to do. The word translated friend there is heteros, which is not the word for intimate companion or beloved. It is the word for a fellow, a companion, an associate, someone in the same company. It is warmer than stranger and considerably cooler than brother. It is the word of a man who knows exactly what is happening and has chosen to name the relationship accurately rather than pretend it is more than it is or less. They had been in the same company for 3 years. Jesus called him a companion. Then he was arrested. The disciples scattered. Peter followed at a distance and then denied 3 times in a courtyard that he knew Jesus at all, which is its own story. The trial moved through the night, from the high priest's house to Pilate's court, and by morning the sentence had been rendered. When Judas saw that Jesus was condemned, Matthew reports, he changed his mind and brought back the 30 pieces of silver to the chief priests and the elders. The Greek word for what Judas experienced, metamaletheus, is carefully chosen. It means remorse, regret, the feeling that comes when the consequences of a decision arrive and the decision cannot be undone. It is not the word used in the New Testament for repentance in the full transformative sense, the turning around that leads somewhere. It is closer to the feeling of a man staring at what he has done and finding it unbearable without knowing what to do with that unbearability. I have sinned, he told the chief priests and elders, by betraying innocent blood. What is that to us? They answered. See to it yourself. It is a response of complete and deliberate abandonment. They had used him. The use was complete. Whether he lived or died was entirely his own problem, and they had already moved on to the next item, which was a crucifixion. Judas threw the silver pieces into the temple. The verb Matthew uses suggests force, suggests throwing rather than placing, the gesture of a man ridding himself of something contaminating. Then he went and hanged himself. Matthew reports this without elaboration, without commentary, without any of the editorial weight he brings to other moments in the Passion narrative. The man went and hanged himself. The sentence has the flat quality of a fact that does not require interpretation because the interpretation is in the fact itself. The account in Acts is different, and the difference has occupied scholars and troubled harmonizers for as long as both texts have existed together in the same canon. In the first chapter of Acts, Peter addresses the gathered community of about 120 believers and speaks of Judas, saying that he acquired a field with the reward of his wickedness, and falling headlong, he burst open in the middle, and all his bowels gushed out. The two accounts are not easily reconciled. In Matthew, Judas hangs himself, and the priests buy the field with the returned money. In Acts, Judas himself acquires a field and dies in it by a different and considerably more visceral mechanism. Various attempts have been made to harmonize them, suggesting that Judas hanged himself and the rope broke, or the branch gave way and he fell, or that the field in Acts was purchased in his name even though he was dead, or that Luke is simply summarizing, loosely, what Matthew reports in detail. None of these attempts is fully satisfying. Both accounts agree on the field, on the blood, and on the name. Akeldama, the field of blood, which all the inhabitants of Jerusalem came to know by that name, Acts says, suggesting that the place and its association with the betrayal were well known in the Jerusalem community within the years immediately following the crucifixion. The chief priests, as Matthew records, took the 30 silver coins and debated what to do with them. It is not lawful, they concluded, to put them into the treasury, since they are blood money. The scrupulousness is extraordinary, given what they had purchased with the coins before paying them out. But religious law has always been better at governing the formal handling of money than at governing the behavior that surrounds it. They bought the potter's field with the silver to bury strangers in. Matthew sees in this the fulfillment of Zechariah's prophecy about 30 pieces of silver thrown to the potter in the house of the Lord, attributed in Matthew's text to Jeremiah in a conflation that has generated its own considerable library of commentary. The prophecy was fulfilled. The field exists, or a place identified as the field exists, on a slope below the hill of evil counsel on the south side of the valley of Hinnom in Jerusalem. Tourists visit it. It is marked. It has been marked for a very long time. What Judas understood, or thought he understood, about what he was doing is the question that will not close. He had heard Jesus speak about his death. At Caesarea Philippi, when Peter had declared that Jesus was the Christ, and Jesus had affirmed it, Jesus had immediately begun to tell his disciples that he must go to Jerusalem and suffer many things from the elders and chief priests and scribes, and be killed, and on the third day be raised. Peter had rebuked him for it. Jesus had rebuked Peter in return. Jesus said it again on the way through Galilee. The Son of Man is going to be delivered into the hands of men, and they will kill him, and he will be raised on the third day. The disciples, Matthew says, were greatly distressed. They heard it. Whether they understood it is another matter entirely. The disciples throughout the gospel narratives demonstrate a persistent and entirely human tendency to hear what Jesus says and then continue expecting something different from what he described. If Judas heard the same things the others heard and processed them the same way the others processed them, then he may not have believed at the moment of the arrangement with the chief priests that he was arranging for Jesus' death. He may have believed he was arranging an arrest that Jesus would resolve by some other means, by speaking his way out of it, by the divine intervention that always seemed available and always seemed to arrive at the last possible moment. The remorse that came when condemnation was announced, the specific trigger of seeing that Jesus was condemned, is consistent with a man who had not expected condemnation. A man who expected condemnation and orchestrated it anyway would not necessarily change his mind when it arrived. The change of mind, the bringing back of the money, the declaration that he had sinned by betraying innocent blood, all of this reads more like the behavior of someone whose calculation had been catastrophically wrong than like the behavior of someone whose plan had succeeded. But this is inference, and the text does not authorize it. The text does not tell us what Judas expected. It tells us what he did, and what he said at the end, and how he died, and how the money he had carried and thrown away was used after him, and nothing more. The inner landscape of the man remains closed. He is the one figure in the Passion narrative whose consciousness is not illuminated, not even partially, not even in the moments of highest extremity. Jesus prays in the garden, and his prayer is recorded. Peter weeps, and the reason for the weeping is given. Pilate debates with himself, and his wife sends him a message, and his internal conflict is visible in everything he does. Judas is opaque from beginning to end, visible only in his movements, his words reduced to a few short sentences, his feelings accessible only in their consequences. The theological paradox that his story creates is one the New Testament acknowledges and does not resolve, because it is genuinely unresolvable by ordinary means. The Son of Man goes, Jesus says, as it is written of him. The Psalms had described betrayal by a close companion, the lifting up of the heel against the one who shared bread, and Jesus had applied those words to his situation at the supper in John's Gospel, saying, "The Scripture must be fulfilled." The prophets had described a price of 30 silver pieces thrown to the potter. These things had been written. They were fulfilled. Judas fulfilled them. The question of whether a man who fulfills a prophecy freely chooses to do so, or is in some sense moved by the prophecy itself, is not a question to which any Christian tradition has produced an answer that satisfies everyone, and the failure to satisfy is probably a mark in favor of the question's integrity. If the answer were easy, someone would have found it in the 2,000 years available. What the church did with Judas, after the crucifixion and the resurrection and the ascension, was to replace him. Peter stood before the 120 and said that someone must take the place of Judas in the apostolic company, someone who had been with them from the beginning and who could be a witness to the resurrection. They chose between two men, prayed, and cast lots. The lot fell to Matthias. The number 12 was restored. The hole left by Judas was filled with another body, another name, another pair of hands to do the work, and the story moved forward. Matthias appears in no other verse of the New Testament. He stepped into the vacancy and disappeared into it, and the vacancy that had been made by Judas Iscariot was so completely filled by the absence of information about Matthias that it might as well have remained a vacancy. The name Judas went the way that such names go when they have been claimed by catastrophe. It did not disappear. Because names do not disappear, they just acquire weight that changes how they are carried. In the centuries after the events of that night in Jerusalem, the name Iscariot became a byword for treachery in languages that had never heard a word of Aramaic. Dante placed Judas in the lowest circle of his Inferno, frozen in the mouth of Satan alongside Brutus and Cassius, chewed for eternity, which was the medieval imagination's way of saying that betrayal of this order was the deepest wrong a human being could commit. Medieval art painted him with red hair, because red hair was associated with deceitfulness in the folk traditions of Northern Europe, which tells us more about Northern European prejudices than about anything Judas looked like. The word Judas entered common speech as a noun meaning traitor, a Judas being someone who pretends affection while arranging harm, someone who kisses while the crowd waits in the dark with swords. The 2nd century produced the Gospel of Judas, a Gnostic text buried in the Egyptian desert sometime around the 3rd or 4th century and rediscovered in the 1970s, restored, translated, and published in 2006. It presents a Judas who is not a villain at all, but the only disciple who truly understood Jesus' teaching about the divine spark trapped in matter, the only one Jesus took aside and spoke to in private, the one he chose specifically for the task of releasing his spirit from its bodily prison, because only Judas was spiritually advanced enough to perform that service. The Gospel of Judas did not make it into any canon, and the Gnostic theological framework it assumes is rejected by every mainstream Christian tradition. But its existence is instructive. People have been trying to rehabilitate Judas for almost as long as people have been condemning him, because the story of a man chosen by Jesus who then betrayed him and who felt sufficient remorse to return the money and confess the sin and take his own life does not sit comfortably in the simple category of villain. It keeps sliding out of the category and demanding something more complicated. He called Jesus Rabbi in the garden as he kissed him. It was a word of respect and honor, the proper form of address for a teacher from his student. Whether there was anything in him, in that moment, beyond the operational necessity of completing what he had arranged, the text will not say. He kissed him. Jesus called him friend, or associate, or companion, the word for someone in the same company. Then the crowd moved forward, and the swords came out, and the night absorbed what followed. The field bought with his money still bears the name it was given, the field of blood, Akeldama. In it, strangers are buried, people who died far from home, who had no one to carry them to a family grave, who ended up in a potter's field in Jerusalem because they had nowhere else to go. Judas, who had followed Jesus all the way to the end and had come to the end before Jesus did, is not buried in it. He is buried in the tradition's imagination, which has never agreed on what he was or what he knew or what he felt, and has never quite been able to leave him alone. But before Judas, before the garden and the kiss and the 30 pieces of silver, before the whole machinery of the passion narrative began to turn, someone had already tried to kill Jesus. He was an infant, still in the first year of his life, living with his parents in or near Bethlehem in the southern hill country of Judea, and the man who wanted him dead was the most powerful king in the region, a man who had been building and murdering and surviving for 3 decades by the simple application of a principle he had arrived at early and never abandoned. That anything capable of threatening his position had to be destroyed before it had the chance to become what it might become. His name was Herod, and he was called the Great, which is one of those titles that history hands out with one hand while keeping the other hand behind its back, because the word great in this context means large and formidable and impossible to ignore, and does not necessarily mean good, and in Herod's case emphatically does not mean that. He was not Jewish in any sense. His Jewish subjects were prepared to accept. He was Edomian, from the people of Edom, the descendants of Esau, the nation that had lived south of Judea for centuries, in a relationship with the people of Israel that was somewhere between kinship and enmity, and had never quite resolved itself into one or the other. His father, Antipater, had been the shrewd power behind the Hasmonean throne, the real governor of Judea, operating through a series of kings who needed him more than he needed them, And when the Roman general Pompey brought the eastern Mediterranean firmly into Roman orbit in 63 years before the birth of Christ, Antipater had read the situation with the accuracy that distinguished him and aligned himself with Rome so effectively that by the time Julius Caesar had finished his civil war, Antipater was the most useful man in Judea, and everyone knew it. He was made procurator of Judea. His son Herod, who had his father's political instincts and a ferocity that went considerably beyond them, was made governor of Galilee at the age of approximately 25. The Romans made him king of Judea in 37 years, before the birth of Christ, a title granted by the Senate in Rome, while Herod sat in the city waiting for the decision, and he returned to a kingdom he had to physically conquer, because the existing claimant, the last of the Hasmoneans, was still on the throne and had no intention of vacating it. Herod took Jerusalem after a siege and consolidated his rule with the systematic elimination of the 45 leading supporters of the previous regime, confiscating their property and using the proceeds to pay his debts to Rome. It was an efficient beginning, and efficiency, in Herod's case, was always in the service of a very specific end, the maintenance of a position that was never entirely secure, because he knew, and everyone around him knew, that he was an Idumean, sitting on a Jewish throne with a Roman mandate, and that any one of those three descriptions contained within it the seeds of a challenge he could not afford to let germinate. He built with an energy, and on a scale that the ancient world found genuinely astonishing. He built Caesarea Maritima, the great port city on the Mediterranean coast, with its artificial harbor constructed by sinking enormous concrete caissons into the sea, a feat of engineering that required resources and ambition on a level that most rulers of small provinces could not have imagined. He built Masada, the fortress palace on the isolated rock plateau above the Dead Sea, with its elaborate water system and its hanging palaces on the northern face of the cliff, designed to be impregnable, designed to be the last refuge of a man who always needed to know where his last refuge was. He built Herodium, the artificial mountain cone southeast of Jerusalem, a palace buried inside a hill of his own construction, so that it could be seen from Jerusalem, a visible proof of his presence and his permanence. He rebuilt Samaria, renaming it Sebaste after the Greek form of Augustus. He built fortresses at Alexandria, Hyrcania, Machaerus, and Cypros. He built or rebuilt so many cities and structures that the physical landscape of the region he governed was, by the end of his reign, substantially his own creation, the way certain rulers leave not just a record, but a geography. The greatest of his building projects was the temple in Jerusalem. The temple that stood when Herod came to power was the Second Temple, rebuilt after the return from Babylonian exile under Zerubbabel, functional and sacred, and considerably less impressive than the building Solomon had originally constructed. Herod undertook to replace it with something that would silence every critic and reconcile every Jewish subject who resented his blood and doubted his legitimacy. He had the mountain on which the temple stood essentially doubled in size by constructing enormous retaining walls and filling the space inside them with rubble and earth to create an expanded platform. The retaining walls still stand. The western one, the one that Herod's engineers built to hold up the southwestern corner of the Temple Mount, is what later generations would call the Wailing Wall, the most sacred, accessible site in contemporary Judaism, stones that have been standing for 2,000 years and that Herod put there. The temple he built on that platform was, by every account that survived it, extraordinary. White marble and gold, visible from a great distance, the gold of the facade catching the morning sun so that it was painful to look at directly. Jewish tradition would say that whoever had not seen the Temple of Herod had never seen a beautiful building. It took tens of thousands of workers and the better part of a decade to complete the main structure, though work continued on the complex for decades beyond Herod's death, right up until the years before the Romans destroyed it entirely. none of it bought him what he needed it to buy. His Jewish subjects acknowledged the temple and resented the man who built it. His Roman patrons valued his usefulness and did not trust him, because a man as skilled at political survival as Herod was useful to have around, but unsettling to have as a genuine ally. He occupied a position that required him to be acceptable to everyone and allowed him to be wholly trusted by no one, and the longer he held the position, the more clearly he understood this. And the more clearly he understood it, the more dangerous he became to everyone around him. His family bore the weight of that danger most directly. He married 10 wives over the course of his reign, partly from political calculation and partly from the kind of appetite that power in certain personalities translates into desire, and he produced descendants in numbers that would eventually give the Romans a serious administrative problem sorting out which Herod was which. His favorite wife was Mariamne, a Hasmonean princess, the granddaughter of 2 of the rival high priests, whose conflict Herod had navigated on his way to power. He loved her, by every account, with a depth and ferocity that was characteristic of everything he did, and he had her killed in 29 years before the birth of Christ on charges of adultery and conspiracy that may or may not have had any foundation. In fact, he had her brother Aristobulus, the last male Hasmonean and the high priest, drowned in a swimming pool in Jericho, arranged as an accident with enough care that its arrangement was visible to anyone paying attention. He had his own sons, Alexander and Aristobulus, both born of Mariamne, strangled on his orders after a sustained campaign of accusation and counter-accusation in which his son Antipater, born of a different wife, played the role of the helpful informer to devastating effect. Then Antipater himself was executed 5 days before Herod's own death, when evidence emerged that Antipater had been plotting to poison his father. The Emperor Augustus, surveying the carnage from Rome, is reported to have observed that it was safer to be Herod's pig than Herod's son, the remark operating on the level of Jewish dietary law and on the level of everything else at once. He died in 4 years before the birth of Christ, as later calculation has established, which produces the paradox that the king who tried to kill the infant Jesus was already dead by the time Jesus was old enough to have any adult memories, the 2 lives overlapping only in the earliest months of one of them and the final agonized days of the other. He died at Jericho, of a disease that the ancient sources describe in terms suggesting kidney failure complicated by other infections, a death that was protracted and painful, and during which, knowing that his death would be received by his Jewish subjects with celebration rather than mourning, he ordered a large number of distinguished Jewish men arrested and held at the hippodrome at Jericho, with instructions that they be executed the moment he died, so that there would be grief in Judea whether the people wanted to grieve or not. His sister Salome, to whom the instruction was given, did not carry it out. Herod died, and the distinguished men went home, and the celebration he had tried to prevent with a threatened massacre took place anyway, because the living turned out to be harder to govern than the dead. His body was carried in procession to Herodium and buried there. His tomb was eventually identified by the archaeologist Ehud Netzer in 2007, the fragments of an elaborate sarcophagus discovered on the slope of the mountain cone that Herod had constructed for his own immortality. The sarcophagus had been smashed, deliberately and thoroughly, almost certainly by Jewish rebels during one of the uprisings of the 1st or 2nd century after the birth of Christ. Someone had made a specific journey to the artificial mountain and broken the tomb apart by hand, which tells you something about the quality of feeling that Herod's name still carried 100 years after he was in the ground. The massacre of the innocents belongs to the final years of that reign, to the paranoid twilight of a rule in which every threat, real or imagined, was met with the same instrument. The wise men from the East, following an astronomical phenomenon they had interpreted as the sign of a new king, arrived in Jerusalem and made the error, understandable and catastrophic, of going to the palace to ask where the newborn king of the Jews might be found. Herod heard it. A newborn king of the Jews. The phrase entered a mind that had spent 30 years treating exactly those words as the most dangerous combination in the language, and the result was predictable to everyone except the wise men, who perhaps did not know their host well enough to understand what they had just said in front of him. He called the chief priests and scribes and asked where the Messiah was to be born. Bethlehem of Judea, they told him, citing the prophet Micah. He called the wise men privately and ascertained from them exactly when the star had first appeared, which told him the age of the child he was looking for. He sent the wise men to Bethlehem with instructions to find the child and report back so that he too might come and worship. It was an ordinary lie, told by a man who had told so many that this one cost him nothing. The wise men went to Bethlehem and found the child and presented their gifts and were warned in a dream not to return to Herod and went home by another road. Joseph was warned in a dream to take the child and his mother and flee to Egypt. They went immediately in the night. When Herod realized the wise men were not returning, he sent soldiers and killed all the male children in Bethlehem and in all the region 2 years old and under, according to the time he had calculated from the wise men. The number of children killed has been estimated at anything from a handful to several dozen, depending on the population of the area. And the range matters less than the fact. Children under 2, killed by soldiers following orders, in a town that had done nothing and had no warning. Matthew quotes Jeremiah. The ancient lamentation over Rachel weeping for her children and refusing to be comforted, and he does not attempt to explain it or soften it. He simply places it there, the oldest grief given to the newest atrocity, and lets the convergence speak for itself. The child brought back from Egypt when Herod died grew up in Nazareth, and the massacre of the innocents was not the last time that the family of Herod the Great would reach for him. When Herod died, his kingdom was divided among 3 surviving sons. Archelaus received Judea and Samaria and governed so badly that Rome removed him within a decade and replaced him with a prefect, which is how Judea eventually came to be administered by men like Pontius Pilate. Philip received the territories northeast of the Sea of Galilee and governed them quietly and competently for years, largely forgotten by history, which in the Herodian context represents a form of success. Antipas received Galilee and the region of Perea east of the Jordan, and he was the Herod that the New Testament encountered most directly, twice, and both times in ways that showed with precision what he was made of. He had gone to Rome, and while staying with his half-brother Philip, not the tetrarch Philip, but another Philip, a different son of Herod by a different wife, he had fallen in love with that man's wife, a woman named Herodias. Herodias was the granddaughter of Herod the Great, which made her simultaneously Antipas's half-niece and his half-sister-in-law, a complexity of relation that the Herodian family tree produced with unsettling regularity. She agreed to leave her husband and marry Antipas on the condition that he divorce his existing wife, the daughter of Aretas IV, king of the Nabateans. The Nabatean princess, hearing of the arrangement before it was finalized, fled to her father, producing a diplomatic rupture that would eventually result in a military defeat of Antipas by Aretan forces, a defeat that Josephus records some Jewish people interpreted as the judgment of God for what Antipas had done to the prophet who condemned the marriage. John the Baptist had said, "It is not lawful for you to have your brother's wife." The statement was simple, direct, and delivered where it could be heard, which was the part Antipas could not manage. He could have absorbed a private rebuke, a public declaration of the illegality of his marriage, from a man whom vast numbers of ordinary Jewish people regarded as the most authentic prophetic voice in a generation, was a different category of problem. He had John arrested and imprisoned at Machaerus, the fortress that Herod the Great had built on the ridge above the eastern shore of the Dead Sea. Herodias wanted John dead. Antipas, in a detail that Mark includes with the care of a writer who understands the importance of the detail, was afraid of John, knowing him to be a righteous and holy man, and kept him safe. He was greatly perplexed when he heard John speak, and yet he heard him gladly. That portrait, the man who knew what he was dealing with and could not decide what to do about it, is the most honest thing any gospel says about any Herod. The feast settled it. Antipas held a grand birthday celebration for his courtiers, his military commanders, and the leading men of Galilee. In the course of the evening, the daughter of Herodias came in and danced, and pleased Antipas and his guests. And Antipas said to the girl, "What men in his position say at parties when they are in a generous mood, and have an audience watching them be generous? Ask me for whatever you wish, and I will give it to you." He swore to her that he would give her whatever she asked, up to half his kingdom. The girl went out and asked her mother what she should request. Her mother said, "The head of John the Baptist." The girl came back immediately, with haste, the text says, before the air in the room could change, and asked for the head of John the Baptist on a platter, delivered at once. The king was exceedingly sorry. Mark is explicit about this. Antipas had not intended this outcome when he made his offer, and he did not want it now that it was being demanded. But he had sworn in front of his guests, the men whose respect he needed and whose opinion of him was partially composed of whether he kept his word under pressure, and he was not the kind of man who could absorb the embarrassment of an unmade promise in front of that particular audience. He sent a soldier of the guard to the prison. The soldier beheaded John and brought the head on a platter and gave it to the girl, and the girl gave it to her mother. John's disciples came and took the body and laid it in a tomb. The chain of transfer has the quality of a delivery, each party receiving an object and passing it to the next, none of them pausing in the transaction for anything as inconvenient as a moral consideration. When reports of Jesus and his ministry reached Antipas, he said, "This is John the Baptist, risen from the dead," which is not the statement of a man who believed in the resurrection in any theological sense, but the statement of a man whose conscience had given the news about Jesus a specific and personal shape. He wanted to see Jesus, Luke records, hoping for a sign, and the sign he was looking for was the one that would tell him whether or not the prophet he had allowed to be beheaded was somehow in the man he was hearing about. He was sent Jesus during the trial, when Pilate discovered that the accused was Galilean and attempted to root the problem through Antipas's jurisdiction. He questioned Jesus at length. Jesus said nothing to him. Antipas and his soldiers mocked Jesus, dressed him in a gorgeous robe, and sent him back to Pilate. He had wanted a sign and received silence, which may have been the most accurate response available. He died in exile in Gaul, at Lyon, having been stripped of his tetrarchy by the Emperor Caligula on the evidence of accusations brought by his own brother-in-law, Agrippa, accusations of stockpiling weapons and corresponding with Rome's enemies. Herodias, who had pressed him to go to Rome and demand a royal title after Agrippa received one, thus setting in motion the trip that ended in their exile, was offered her freedom. Since she was Agrippa's sister and he was in favor, she refused to leave Antipas in exile. They went to Gaul together and vanished from the record, absorbed into the particular obscurity reserved for people who have been stripped of everything they used to be. Agrippa himself is the third and most politically gifted of the Herods in the New Testament account. He was the grandson of Herod the Great, the son of Aristobulus, the man whom Herod had strangled, which meant he had grown up in the shadow of his grandfather's violence from the earliest age, and had absorbed from it an understanding of exactly how precarious the Herodian position had always been. He had spent formative years in Rome, in the imperial household, forming friendships with the young men who would become the emperors Caligula and Claudius, and this Roman education gave him a suppleness in navigating the politics of the court that his ancestors, for all their ambition, had never quite achieved. He was also deeply in debt for most of his adult life, a recurring feature of a man who spent lavishly on maintaining relationships he could not afford, and who seemed to operate on the assumption that the right connection at the right moment would eventually make the finances resolve themselves, which it did, spectacularly, when Caligula became emperor and gave his old friend the territories of the dead Philip, and then, a little later, the territories of the exiled Antipas, and then, under Claudius, the whole of Judea and Samaria, and the remaining regions, so that Herod Agrippa I was, by 41 years after the birth of Christ, the king of a unified territory as large as his grandfather had governed. He was popular in Jerusalem in a way that no Herodian, since the temple had been built, had managed to achieve. He observed the law with enough public consistency that the Pharisees, who had found nothing good to say about his grandfather, were willing to receive him as one who understood what Jewish life required. He understood that visibility in the right religious contexts, the right public devotions, the right gestures toward the institutions that the Jewish people cared about, was the thing that had always been missing from the Herodian formula of Roman patronage plus magnificent buildings. He added to that formula the appearance of genuine participation in the life he was governing, and it worked. The book of Acts records his move against the church. He killed James, the son of Zebedee, with the sword. James was the brother of John, one of the inner circle of 3 disciples who had been closest to Jesus throughout the ministry, present at the Transfiguration, at the raising of Jairus' daughter, in the garden at Gethsemane. He was the first of the 12 apostles to be martyred, and his death came not from the religious establishment acting on its own authority in the manner of Stephen's stoning, but from the order of a king who saw that the killing pleased the chief priests and the people, and drew from that observation the straightforward administrative conclusion that more killings of the same kind would please them further. He proceeded to arrest Peter with the Passover festival approaching, intending a public trial after the feast. 4 squads of soldiers guarded the prison. The church prayed for Peter without ceasing. What happened in the prison is the story of the church's survival in those years, and the character of what it survived, and it forms one of the most unexpected reversals in the book of Acts. The chains falling from Peter's wrists, the angel, the iron gate opening by itself into the city. The servant girl Rhoda, who recognized Peter's voice at the door, and was so overwhelmed that she ran back inside without opening it while Peter went on knocking in the dark. Peter made his way to safety and eventually left Jerusalem entirely. Agrippa had the guards examined and had them executed, and moved from Jerusalem to Caesarea Maritima, the city his great-grandfather had built where the Mediterranean came in against the artificial harbor. He gave a speech there to delegations from Tyre and Sidon, and the crowd responded to it by shouting that this was the voice of a god and not of a man. Acts records that an angel of the Lord struck him because he did not give God the glory, and he was eaten by worms and breathed his last. Josephus records the same death in the same city, placing it at a public festival, describing Agrippa in a robe of woven silver brilliant in the early light, the crowd's acclamation of his divine nature, the immediate onset of abdominal pain that did not relent, 5 days of suffering and then death. Both accounts agree on the theater and the suddenness and the location, which was the city his great-grandfather had built as a monument to political ingenuity, at the center of an empire that had been bought with 30 years of blood. Agrippa died there at the summit of everything the family had always been trying to reach, 3 years into a reign that had finally achieved what no Herod since the first one had managed, a kingdom the size and shape of Herod the Great's. He was in his early 50s. His son was 17, and Rome did not trust him with a kingdom, and Judea reverted to Roman governors, and stayed under Roman governors until the war of 66 to 70 years after the birth of Christ burned the temple to the ground and scattered the people across the world. The family had a talent for that. They reached for the thing they most needed to eliminate, and found that their reach, in the end, was not quite long enough, and that the thing they had tried to kill had a way of becoming, precisely because they had tried to kill it, more alive than it had been before. The family had a talent for that. They reached for the thing they most needed to eliminate, and found that their reach, in the end, was not quite long enough, and that the thing they had tried to kill had a way of becoming, precisely because they had tried to kill it, more alive than it had been before. But the Herods were not, in the end, the final authority in Judea. Above the client kings and the tetrarchs and the elaborate architecture of client rulership that Rome had constructed across the eastern Mediterranean, above all of it, there was Rome itself, and Rome expressed itself in the provinces through a specific kind of man, the prefect, the governor, the representative of imperial power who arrived with soldiers and the authority to tax and the exclusive legal right to have someone killed. In the province of Judea, in the years when the events of the New Testament took their shape, that man was a Roman of the equestrian class named Pontius Pilate, and he sat in the governor's residence at Caesarea Maritima on the coast for most of the year, and came to Jerusalem for Passover, because Passover was when you needed to be there, because Passover was when the city filled with pilgrims from every corner of the Jewish world, and the tension that hummed through the occupied city year-round rose to a pitch that required a visible Roman presence and a Roman soldier, or two on every corner, and the full weight of imperial authority parked in the Antonia fortress beside the temple, just visible, just reminding everyone who passed through the temple courts that the God of Israel was worshipped within sight of the standards of Rome. He served as prefect of Judea for approximately 10 years, from around 26 to 36 years after the birth of Christ. The title itself matters. For a long time, Pilate was referred to in most scholarship as a procurator, the designation that later Roman governors of the province would carry, but a limestone block discovered in 1961 at Caesarea Maritima, the building he had constructed as a dedicatory inscription to the Emperor Tiberius, names him plainly and in Latin as Praefectus Iudaeae, prefect of Judea. It is one of the very few pieces of physical evidence from the ancient world that confirms the existence of a named individual who appears in the New Testament, and it confirms both the man and his title, and it sits now in the Israel Museum in Jerusalem, where anyone who wishes can stand before the stone and read the name cut into it, and understand that whatever one makes of the gospel accounts, the man was real, the office was real, and the authority it represented was real. The authority was considerable. As prefect, Pilate commanded the Roman military forces in the province, somewhere between 3,000 and 6,000 soldiers at various points, supported by cavalry and auxiliary units. He was responsible for the collection of taxes, the maintenance of public order, the adjudication of certain legal disputes, and, crucially, the exclusive right of capital punishment. This last point is the hinge on which the entire Passion narrative turns. The Jewish Sanhedrin, the supreme council of Jewish religious and civil authority in Jerusalem, could investigate, try, and condemn according to Jewish law. What it could not do under Roman occupation was execute. The ius gladii, the right of the sword, belonged to Rome alone in the province of Judea. If the chief priests wanted a man dead, they needed a Roman governor to sign the paperwork. They needed Pilate. He was not, by the evidence of his own record, a gentle administrator. The portrait that emerges from Josephus and Philo of Alexandria, both of whom write about him, is of a man who was capable of considerable brutality, and who did not always trouble himself with the political delicacy that the peculiarly sensitive situation of Judea required. His very first act as prefect set the tone. He ordered his troops, marching into Jerusalem under cover of night, to carry their military standards with the image of the emperor's face on them into the holy city, something that every governor before him had refrained from doing, because the Jewish prohibition on graven images made the emperor's face on a military standard an act of provocation that previous Roman administrators had considered not worth the trouble it would cause. It caused trouble. A delegation of Jews came to Caesarea and stood in the streets for 5 days, pleading for the standards to be removed, and Pilate had them surrounded by soldiers and threatened with immediate death. And they bared their necks and said they would rather die than see the law transgressed. And Pilate, faced with the prospect of a mass execution that would be diplomatically catastrophic, ordered the standards removed. The episode established him clearly. a man who would escalate rather than read the room, who would back down only when backing down was the only remaining option, and who would remember the humiliation. He subsequently used money from the temple treasury, funds designated in Jewish law for sacred purposes, to build an aqueduct to Jerusalem. The temple money was called the Korban, consecrated to God, and its appropriation for a civic engineering project, however practically useful the aqueduct may have been, was an outrage to Jewish religious sensibility. When crowds gathered to protest, Pilate had soldiers dressed in civilian clothes infiltrate the crowd carrying concealed clubs, and at a prearranged signal they beat the protesters, killing a number of them. Luke's Gospel makes a passing reference to Galileans, whose blood Pilate had mingled with their sacrifices, suggesting an incident in or near the temple precinct in which Pilate's soldiers killed people during the act of religious worship, which would have been a desecration so severe it explains the particular depth of hostility between Pilate and the Jerusalem establishment that surfaces throughout the Passion narrative. These were not people who had a respectful professional relationship. They had a long, mutual, institutional contempt for one another, layered over years of clashes, dressed up in the formal courtesy that power and the need to coexist required. When Jesus was brought to Pilate in the early morning of the day of the crucifixion, the Passover crowd already gathering in the city around them, it was not a meeting of strangers. It was a meeting of two representatives of two orders that had been in more or less continuous conflict since Pilate had arrived in the province. The chief priests and elders brought Jesus to the praetorium, the governor's official residence in Jerusalem, but they did not enter it. Entering a Gentile residence during Passover would have rendered them ritually impure and unable to eat the Passover meal, and so they stood outside, in the courtyard, and Pilate came out to them. This detail, preserved in John's Gospel, is both historically plausible and quietly revealing. The most powerful Roman official in the province, conducting an examination of capital charges, having to manage the geography of his courthouse around the religious calendar of the population he governed, the occupied and the occupier, working out the mechanics of a trial around the question of which threshold could be crossed by whom. "What are the charges?" Pilate asked. "What accusation do you bring against this man?" The answer, in John's account, has a quality of impatience about it. "If this man were not doing evil, we would not have handed him over to you. It is not an answer, it is a pressure." They had spent the night examining Jesus and reaching their own verdict, and they had come to Pilate not for an independent examination, but for a ratification, for the signature on a document they had already composed. Pilate, with the irritation of a man being asked to act as a rubber stamp, told them to judge the matter themselves according to their own law, and they made the central point explicit. "It is not lawful for us to put anyone to death." They needed him. They could not do what they intended to do without his authority, and both sides knew it, and neither side was comfortable with the knowledge. The charges they articulated for Pilate were carefully chosen. The accusation of blasphemy, which was what had driven the Sanhedrin's verdict according to the Gospel accounts, was a religious charge, and Pilate had no obligation to enforce Jewish religious law. So the charges presented to him were political. "We found this man misleading our nation and forbidding us to give tribute to Caesar, and saying that he himself is Christ, a king." 3 charges, and every one of them calibrated to compel Roman attention: subversion, tax resistance, claiming royal authority. Any one of those, seriously pressed, would require a prefect to act. Pilate took Jesus inside and asked him directly, "Are you the king of the Jews?" Jesus' answer in the Synoptic Gospels, "You have said so," is neither confirmation nor denial. It is the response of a man declining to argue on the terms being offered. In John's Gospel, the exchange is longer, more searching, more strange. Jesus speaks about a kingdom not of this world, about his purpose being to bear witness to the truth, and Pilate asks, with a question that has been quoted and argued over for 20 centuries, "What is truth?" He did not wait for an answer. He turned and went back out to the chief priests and the crowd and announced that he found no guilt in this man. The question about truth was not apparently a genuine inquiry. It was the kind of question a man asks when he has already decided that the answer does not matter, or cannot be found, or is beside the point of the situation he is trying to manage. Pilate was not a philosopher. He was a prefect with a crowd outside his door during the most volatile week of the Jewish religious calendar, trying to get through the morning without producing a riot. He tried to release Jesus. He tried several times, and the attempts are worth examining because they reveal a man in genuine political difficulty, not a man casually presiding over an injustice, but a man who understood that the execution he was being pushed toward was unjust, and who kept looking for exits and kept finding them blocked. He sent Jesus to Herod Antipas on the grounds that Jesus was a Galilean and therefore within Herod's jurisdiction, hoping the problem could be managed one level down. But Herod, who had wanted to see Jesus perform a miracle and got silence instead, sent him back clothed in a royal robe as a joke. The problem returned to Pilate's doorstep, wearing purple and carrying Herod's contempt. There was a custom, or what the Gospels present as a custom, of releasing a prisoner at Passover as a gesture of goodwill toward the Jewish population. Its historicity outside the Gospel accounts has been debated. No Roman or Jewish source outside the New Testament confirms the practice, though scholars have identified analogous customs from other parts of the Roman world and argued that a pragmatic governor of a sensitive province might well have developed such a practice for its public relations value. Pilate offered to release the King of the Jews, meaning Jesus. The crowd, the text says, was stirred up by the chief priests and the elders to ask for Barabbas instead. Barabbas, Matthew calls a notable prisoner. Mark and Luke describe him as a man who had committed murder in an insurrection. John calls him a robber or bandit. The word that in first-century Judea often carried political as well as criminal connotations. The name Barabbas has generated its own considerable literature. In Aramaic it means son of the father. Bar is son, Abba is father. Some early manuscripts of Matthew's Gospel give Barabbas a personal name, Jesus. Jesus Bar Abbas, Jesus the son of the Father, released in place of Jesus of Nazareth, who had taught his followers to call God Abba, Father. Whether this is a historical accident or a deliberate irony encoded in the tradition from a very early date, the symbolic weight of it has not escaped any careful reader. The crowd chose the man whose name meant Son of the Father, and released him, and handed over the one who had claimed that name as his own. "What do you want me to do with the man you call the King of the Jews?" Pilate asked the crowd. "Crucify him," they said. And Pilate asked, "Why, what evil has he done?" And they cried out all the more, "Crucify him." Matthew records what happened next, with the kind of specificity that suggests either an eyewitness tradition or a moment so crystalline in the community's memory that the details had never blurred. Pilate saw that a riot was beginning. He took water and washed his hands before the crowd. "I am innocent of this man's blood," he said. "See to it yourselves." And all the people answered, "His blood be on us and on our children." The hand-washing gesture had a precedent in the law of Moses. In the ritual of Deuteronomy, where the elders of a town nearest to an unsolved murder wash their hands and declare that their hands did not shed this blood, Pilate deployed the gesture of Jewish law to declare his own innocence in a Jewish courtyard, which was either a careful choice or an unconscious one, and either way it served nobody. A man who is innocent does not have to wash his hands. A man who is doing nothing wrong does not need to perform a ceremony declaring that he is doing nothing wrong. The washing of hands is the action of someone who intends to proceed and wants the record to show that he had reservations. It is not innocence. It is the performance of innocence in the act of abandoning it. The response of the crowd, "His blood be on us and on our children," became one of the most catastrophically misread sentences in the history of Western civilization. It was used for centuries to justify violence against Jewish communities across Europe, deployed as proof of collective and generational guilt as the founding text of an anti-Semitism that murdered millions. The Gospel of Matthew, written by a Jewish author, addressed primarily to a Jewish community grappling with the meaning of the events of 30 or so years before, recorded what a particular crowd said on a particular morning in Jerusalem. And what they said was the kind of thing crowds say in moments of high emotion, an assertion of confidence in their own position, an acceptance of responsibility for a choice they believed was correct. It was not a curse calling down suffering on every Jewish person who would ever live. Reading it as such required a very specific and very deliberate misreading, and the misreading was performed in the service of violence that had nothing to do with anything any gospel was trying to say. Pilate released Barabbas. He had Jesus flogged, which was the standard preparation for crucifixion in Roman practice, the scourging that preceded the cross, carried out with a flagrum, a whip with multiple leather thongs, weighted with pieces of metal or bone that tore the skin and muscle of the back in ways that left men unable to carry their own crossbeam afterward. The soldiers took Jesus into the praetorium, into the hall of the whole battalion, and dressed him in a purple robe, and plaited a crown of thorns, and pressed it onto his head, and put a reed in his right hand, and knelt before him in mock salutation, hailing him as King of the Jews, and striking him with the reed, and spitting on him and kneeling in derision. Pilate brought him out to the crowd, wearing the crown of thorns and the purple robe, and said, "Behold, the man, ecce homo." Whatever Pilate intended by it, whether it was a last appeal to the crowd's sympathy, or contempt for the Jewish leaders' insistence on execution, or simply the announcement of what was being presented, those two words in Latin became perhaps the most painted phrase in Western art, reproduced across 2,000 years of canvas and fresco and marble and wood, the image of a beaten man in a crown of thorns, shown to a crowd that wanted him dead. "Crucify him! Crucify him!" the chief priests and the officers said. Pilate told them to crucify him themselves. He found no guilt in him. They answered that by their law he ought to die because he had made himself the Son of God. John's Gospel notes that when Pilate heard this, he was more afraid. Afraid is the word used, and it is a specific word in a text that chooses its words with care. Pilate had been managing a political problem. The introduction of the category Son of God introduced something he was not equipped to manage politically, something that reached into the Roman world's own complex and superstition-laden relationship with divine beings and divine intervention, and the uncomfortable possibility that the world was organized by forces that no prefect could outrank. He went back inside and asked Jesus where he was from, and Jesus did not answer, and the silence apparently disturbed Pilate enough that he said, "Do you not know that I have authority to release you and authority to crucify you?" Jesus answered, "You would have no authority over me at all unless it had been given you from above. Therefore, he who delivered me over to you has the greater sin." The hierarchy of guilt, quietly stated by the man under sentence of death to the man with the power to carry it out. Pilate sought again to release him. Then came the sentence that ended his maneuvering. The crowd called out, "If you release this man, you are not Caesar's friend." Everyone who makes himself a king opposes Caesar. Caesar's friend, amicus Caesaris, was a formal designation in Roman political life, a status that gave a man access to the imperial court and protection from his enemies, and its loss was not merely a social inconvenience. Under Tiberius, who was emperor at the time, and whose reign had become increasingly paranoid and punitive, the accusation of insufficient loyalty to Caesar had destroyed careers and lives. If Pilate released the man the Jewish leadership was calling a rival king, and word reached Rome that the prefect of Judea had declined to prosecute someone claiming royal authority, Pilate's position, already complicated by his record of mismanaging the province, was in genuine danger. The political threat was real, and it was specific, and it landed. Pilate brought Jesus out and sat down on the judgment seat, the bema, the official tribunal, at a place called the Stone Pavement, Gabbatha in Aramaic, and said to the chief priests in the crowd, "Behold your king." And they cried out, "Away with him! Away with him! Crucify him!" And Pilate said, "Shall I crucify your king?" And the chief priests answered, "We have no king but Caesar." It was, from the chief priests of the God of Israel, an extraordinary statement, a denial of everything Jewish theology said about the kingship of God, an acknowledgement that in this moment they would rather claim loyalty to the Roman emperor than pursue any other objective. They had been pushed to that statement, or had chosen it, depending on how one reads what was happening in that courtyard, and whose manipulation of whom was most effective. Pilate heard what they said and handed Jesus over to be crucified. He wrote the inscription himself. That detail is in John's Gospel, and it has the quality of something reported because someone remembered it. Pilate wrote the title and put it on the cross. It read, "Jesus of Nazareth, the King of the Jews," in 3 languages, Hebrew, Latin, and Greek, the 3 languages of the world that mattered in that corner of the empire. The same words announced to every person who passed on the road near Golgotha what had been done and why. The chief priests of the Jews protested to Pilate, "Do not write the King of the Jews, but rather this man said, 'I am King of the Jews.'" The distinction mattered to them. One was a statement of fact, the other a statement of delusion, and they did not want the former posted above the execution they had arranged. Pilate answered, "What I have written, I have written." It was the one moment in the entire encounter where Pilate refused to yield, where the negotiating stopped and the decision held. He had yielded on the execution itself, had washed his hands, and had handed the man over. He had given the crowd what they wanted in the matter of Barabbas, and had managed every pressure that came at him with the pragmatic flexibility of the professional survivor. On the wording of a placard, he would not be moved. What I have written, I have written. Whatever he meant by it, whether it was contempt for the chief priests, or a final assertion that he was still the one with the authority in this province, or simply the stubbornness that comes over a man who has already conceded everything else and has one small thing left to refuse to concede, the inscription stayed as it was written. Jesus of Nazareth, the King of the Jews. 3 languages. The whole road could read it. His wife had sent him a message during the trial. Matthew alone records it. "Have nothing to do with that righteous man," she wrote, "for I have suffered much because of him today in a dream." Her name is not given in Matthew's Gospel. Later tradition calls her Claudia Procula, and much later tradition, centuries later, would venerate her as a saint in the Ethiopian Orthodox Church and the Coptic Church, which also venerate Pilate himself. The dream is not explained, its content not described, only its emotional weight communicated through the single word suffered, and the instruction sent to her husband in the middle of a trial he was already struggling to conduct. Whether he read the message before or after the hand-washing is not clear. The 2 events are recorded in sequence in Matthew with no indication of which came first. He did not act on her advice. He washed his hands and handed Jesus over, and history was made in the space between a woman's dream and a man's political calculation. What became of him afterward is the question that the Gospels do not address, because the Gospels were not writing a biography of Pilate, and his story was not their story to tell. For several years after the crucifixion, he continued to govern Judea, and the governing continued to go badly in its characteristic way. The end came through the Samaritans, not the Jews. A man appeared among the Samaritan people, claiming to be a prophet, and promising to take a crowd to the top of Mount Gerizim, the sacred mountain of Samaritan religion, where he said Moses had buried sacred temple vessels. A large crowd assembled and began to make their way to the mountain. The way Pilate responded to crowds with religious motivations. He sent cavalry and infantry who blocked the road, attacked the crowd, killed many of them, and took the leaders prisoner, executing the most prominent of those. The Samaritans sent a delegation to Vitellius, the governor of Syria who had authority over Judea's prefect, and Vitellius took their complaint seriously. He ordered Pilate to Rome to answer to the emperor Tiberius for what he had done. Pilate left his post, headed for Rome, and arrived to find that Tiberius had died in March of 37 years after the birth of Christ during the sea crossing. The hearing before Tiberius that Vitellius had ordered never happened. What happened instead, nobody knows with certainty. The traditions multiply and contradict each other with the enthusiasm of traditions that are filling a vacuum. Eusebius of Caesarea, writing in the early 4th century, says that Pilate fell into such great calamities under Caligula that he was forced to kill himself. A Syriac source says he was exiled to Vienne in Gaul, in what is now France, where local tradition placed his grave on a nearby mountain and called the mountain Mont Pilat, which may be a corruption of his name, or may be coincidence, and in any case proves nothing. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church, which had preserved traditions about many figures of the Passion narrative that other Christian communities had not, raised both Pilate and his wife to sainthood, venerating him on the 25th of June under the name Pilate the Martyr, a designation that requires a theology of Pilate's spiritual journey, that the canonical Gospels do not supply, but that the Ethiopian tradition apparently developed in parallel with them. Various apocryphal texts purporting to be Pilate's official report to the Emperor Tiberius about the events of the crucifixion circulated in the early church, none of them authentic, all of them revealing what various communities wanted Pilate to have said when he described what he had witnessed. What he actually said, what he actually believed, what he actually thought about that morning in Jerusalem. The prisoner who had given him such peculiar answers, and whose innocence he had declared multiple times before handing him over anyway, none of that is recoverable. He has been assessed as weak, and as cynical, and as trapped, and as indifferent, and as secretly sympathetic, and as secretly contemptible. And every one of these assessments finds something in the text to stand on, and none of them fully accounts for the man who asked what truth was, and then walked out of the room without waiting. He left Jesus inside. Jesus, who had just told him that his authority had been given to him from above, that the one who delivered him over had the greater sin, implying, as Jesus was apparently willing to imply even in that moment, that Pilate's sin was real but graduated, that the hierarchy of the thing ran through both of them but differently. Pilate absorbed this, or failed to absorb it, and walked back out into the courtyard and delivered his verdict and washed his hands, and the water that ran off his palms did not carry anything away with it. It was water. It cleaned nothing except his hands. The inscription on the cross said King of the Jews in 3 languages. Every person who walked the road past Golgotha that day could read it in at least one of them. What they understood by it, what Pilate understood by it, what the man on the cross understood by it, were 3 different things, and in the gap between those 3 understandings, the entire subsequent history of Christianity was eventually built. Behind the cross, and behind Pilate, and behind Judas, and behind every human figure who had contributed to bringing the story to that hill on that afternoon, the tradition of the New Testament identified a presence that was not human and had never been. Not a person with a name and a childhood and a motivation that could be traced back to disappointment or ambition or fear, but something older than any of those things, something that had been operating in the background of the human story since the first morning of the world, the other villain, the one without a genealogy and without a grave, the one who appears in the first book of the Bible and the last, and in a great deal in between, under so many names and in so many forms that the sheer variety of his appearances has sometimes convinced people that the Bible is talking about several different things when it is, in fact, talking about one. His oldest name is not a name at all. In the Hebrew of the earliest texts where he appears, he is Hasatan, with the definite article attached, which means the adversary or the accuser, the prosecuting attorney of the divine council, the one whose function it is to oppose and to challenge and to bring charges. It is a role before it is a name, a description of what he does rather than of who he is, which is itself suggestive, the being defined entirely by opposition, by the act of standing against, as though opposition is not merely what he does, but what he is made of. The definite article matters. The Satan, in the earliest Hebrew texts, is not yet a proper name. It is a title. Something shifted across the centuries and across the books of the canon, and by the time the New Testament was written, the title had become a name, the role had become a being. The prosecuting attorney of the divine council had become the adversary of God and humanity, the source and patron of every darkness that the human story had walked through. Understanding how that shift happened is, in its way, understanding the entire biblical account of evil. He is present at the beginning. The third chapter of Genesis introduces the serpent, and the text of Genesis does not call the serpent Satan. It describes him as the most crafty of all the wild animals that the Lord God had made, which has always been a slightly odd way to introduce a creature, if you want the reader to understand it, as the enemy of God rather than a product of God's creation. The identification of the serpent with Satan came later, made explicit in the book of Revelation at the far end of the biblical canon, where he is called that ancient serpent, who is called the devil and Satan, the deceiver of the whole world. The Christian tradition read the identification backward into Genesis and has read it that way ever since, so that the serpent in the garden and the dragon in the Apocalypse became the same, being seen at different points in the same long story. Whether that retrospective identification was already implicit in the Genesis text from its earliest composition, or whether it was a later theological development that the canon eventually ratified, the question remains open and genuinely interesting. The serpent in the garden arrived with a question, not a statement, not a threat, not a declaration of war, but a question so precisely constructed that its damage could not be undone simply by answering it. Did God actually say, "You shall not eat of any tree in the garden"? The distortion is subtle. God had said they could eat from any tree except one, and the serpent rendered that single prohibition as a blanket restriction, as though God had withheld everything, as though the prohibition was the defining feature of the relationship rather than the one exception to an overwhelming generosity. Eve corrected the record. They could eat from any tree. Only the fruit of the one in the middle was forbidden. They were not even to touch it on pain of death. And the serpent said, "You will not surely die." He was offering a counter-narrative to the one God had given, another account of what the forbidden fruit was, and what it would do, and what God's motives in withholding it actually were. "You will not die," the serpent said, "for God knows that when you eat of it, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil." The implication settled in the space between the words. God is keeping something from you. God knows what you could be, and is preventing you from being it. The prohibition is not protection but suppression. It is the founding move of a strategy that the biblical narrative will identify with this figure again and again across every text in which he appears. The question that is not a question, the reframing of what God said and what God meant and what God's character actually is, the introduction of doubt not through force, but through the gentlest possible insinuation. Nobody dragged Eve to the tree. Nobody threatened her. She was given a new way of seeing what she was looking at, and when she looked at the tree through that new frame, she saw that it was good for food and a delight to the eyes and desirable to make one wise, and she took it and ate. The serpent did not eat the fruit. He did not need to. He had done what he came to do. The consequences of that morning in the garden ran through every human life that followed, which is the claim of the text and the theological weight that the Christian tradition placed on it. The serpent was cursed, set on his belly, made to eat dust, told that the woman's offspring would bruise his head while he bruised their heel. It is the first prophecy of conflict, the first framing of the long war that the rest of the Bible would describe from inside, the announcement that what had begun in the garden would not be settled there. Then the man and the woman were expelled, and the long human story began in earnest, outside the garden, in the world as it was now, rather than as it had been intended to be. The next fully developed appearance of the figure called the Satan is separated from the garden by many books and centuries, and what is striking about it is how different he seems from the serpent of Genesis. The book of Job opens in heaven. The sons of God, the divine council, the members of the celestial court, came to present themselves before the Lord, and the Satan came also among them. God asked him where he had been. The answer has a quality of restless, purposeless movement, from going to and fro on the earth, and from walking up and down on it. It is an answer that does not describe a destination, or an objective, just perpetual motion across the surface of the world, watching, noting, gathering. God pointed out Job, a man blameless and upright, who feared God and turned away from evil, and asked whether the Satan had considered him. The Satan answered with a question that cuts to the precise mechanism of the challenge he was making. Does Job fear God for nothing? Has not God put a hedge around him and his house and all that he has on every side? You have blessed the work of his hands, and his possessions have increased. But stretch out your hand and touch all that he has, and he will curse you to your face. The challenge is not about Job particularly. It is about the nature of faithful devotion, about whether any human being truly loves God or merely loves what God provides, whether worship is a relationship or a transaction, whether the righteous man is righteous because goodness and God are worth being devoted to, or only because the arrangement is comfortable and profitable. Remove the comfort, the Satan argues, and you will see what the devotion is actually made of. God accepted the challenge. He gave the Satan permission to do what he proposed, with a single restriction that Job's life itself must be spared. The Satan went out from the presence of the Lord, and everything Job had was taken from him, in 4 successive messengers arriving with news of escalating disaster, each one finishing his report as the next one arrived, the catastrophes overlapping until they were simultaneous and total. Job's livestock was taken, his servants killed, his children dead when a wind struck the house where they were eating, and Job tore his robe and shaved his head and fell on the ground and worshipped. Naked I came from my mother's womb, Job said, and naked shall I return. The Lord gave, and the Lord has taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. In all this, Job did not sin or charge God with wrong. The Satan, having lost the first round, appeared before God again, and the second challenge was issued, touch his bone and his flesh, and he will curse you to your face. God gave permission again, this time for Job's body. Job was struck with loathsome sores from the sole of his foot to the crown of his head, sitting in ashes, scraping himself with a piece of broken pottery. His wife, watching her husband suffering, said, "Do you still hold your integrity? Curse God and die." And Job answered her, "Shall we receive good from God, and shall we not receive evil?" The Satan of Job is a deeply strange figure. He is not outside the divine council. He moves through it freely, presenting himself before God, holding conversations, making proposals, receiving permissions. He is adversarial, but he is not independent. He cannot act against Job without God's express authorization, and the limits God sets on what he may do hold firm. He is something like a prosecuting attorney who argues that the defendant is not as upright as claimed, and the trial he proposes is conducted under the supervision of the court. This is not the fully autonomous enemy of the New Testament. This is a figure with a specific function within a framework that God controls, which is one of the reasons the book of Job is theologically so uncomfortable to read. The Satan's challenge is made to God. God accepts it, and it is the acceptance that brings Job's suffering into being. The question of whether God's acceptance of that challenge makes God complicit in what follows has driven more commentary than almost any other question the book poses, and the book does not answer it. Job's suffering is vindicated at the end, his fortunes restored, and God reproves the friends who gave Job bad theological advice during his ordeal. The Satan is not mentioned again after chapter 2. He asked his question and set his test in motion and disappeared from the narrative, leaving the humans to grapple with what he had set loose among them. The moment in the biblical record where the name Satan first appears as a proper noun rather than a title with the definite article is in the first book of Chronicles, and it arrives in a way that illuminates more than Chronicles perhaps intends. The first book of Samuel and the second book of Kings record that God incited David to take a census of Israel, an act that was considered sinful and that resulted in a plague. The first book of Chronicles tells the same story, but says, Satan stood against Israel and incited David to number Israel. The same event, the same incitement, the same catastrophic outcome. Two different accounts written centuries apart, attributing the incitement to different actors. One says God, the other says Satan. What happened between those two texts was a theological development in the understanding of how God relates to suffering and evil, a growing reluctance to attribute directly to God what could be attributed instead to the adversarial being whose function was precisely to cause trouble. Satan, by the time Chronicles was written, had become the figure through whom the troubling aspects of the earlier account could be reread, giving God a kind of distance from the direct causation of harm, while preserving the overall framework of divine sovereignty. The prophet Zechariah had a vision of Joshua the high priest standing before the angel of the Lord, with the Satan standing at his right hand to accuse him. God rebuked the Satan, and Joshua was reclothed in clean garments, and the accusation failed. The Satan in Zechariah is doing what accusers do, bringing charges. The charges are not answered or disproved. They are simply rebuked by God, which suggests that the legitimacy of the prosecution was not the point. The point was that the accusation, however technically founded, did not win because God chose Joshua over the adversary's objection. It is the same dynamic as Job, but the resolution is quicker, the rebuttal more direct, and the effect is to establish that the accuser's power has a ceiling. By the time the New Testament opened, the figure had accumulated considerably more weight than any of these earlier appearances had given him. The intertestamental period, the centuries between the last Hebrew prophets and the birth of Christ, had been rich with Jewish apocalyptic literature that developed the character of the cosmic adversary in directions. The canonical Hebrew texts had not fully explored the idea of a fall, of a former heavenly being who had chosen pride or rebellion over devotion and been cast from the divine court into a condition of enmity against both God and humanity. The book of Enoch, the book of Jubilees, various texts found among the Dead Sea Scrolls, all of them had elaborated a Satan who was not merely a prosecutorial figure within the divine council, but a genuinely fallen and genuinely malevolent being, the source of evil's presence in the world, the one whose rebellion had introduced death and suffering and corruption into a creation that had been made for something better. When the New Testament writers reached for this figure, they were reaching for a character who already had centuries of development behind him, a character their readers would recognize as someone they knew. The passage from Isaiah that the tradition attached to Satan's fall was not, in its original context, about Satan at all. Isaiah 14 addressed the king of Babylon in a taunt, calling him by the poetic title Hellel ben Shachar, Shining One, Son of the Dawn, which the Latin Vulgate translated as Lucifer, the light-bearer. How you are fallen from heaven, the text cried over the Babylonian king. How you are cut down to the ground, you who laid the nations low. You said in your heart, I will ascend to heaven. Above the stars of God I will set my throne on high. I will sit on the mount of assembly. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will make myself like the Most High. Yet you are brought down to Sheol, to the far reaches of the pit. The pride described, the ascent planned, and the descent suffered, the ambition to sit above the stars and become like the Most High, was read by the Christian tradition as a description of Satan's primordial rebellion, the moment when the highest of the created beings chose himself over God and fell from the height of heaven to the bottom of the universe. Jesus himself, in Luke's Gospel, said to his disciples, I saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven, which is either a memory of the primordial fall or a vision of the defeat being accomplished in the present moment of the ministry, or both simultaneously, the way apocalyptic language tends to collapse time into a single image. He was called by many names, and each name is a description of what he does. Diabolos, the Greek word that gives us devil, means the one who throws things against, the slanderer, the one who brings false charges, from the verb meaning to throw across, to obstruct. It is the prosecutorial function again, now embedded permanently in the very word used to name him. Beelzebul, the name used in the Synoptic Gospels for the prince of demons, derives from a Semitic root meaning lord of the house or lord of the dwelling, with a possible derogatory play on the word for dung or filth, depending on which version of the name is used. The Pharisees accused Jesus of casting out demons by the power of Beelzebul, and Jesus pointed out the logical problem with his argument. A house divided against itself cannot stand, and Satan casting out Satan would be self-defeating. The prince of this world appears in the Gospel of John, spoken by Jesus himself, who uses the phrase 3 times, and who, in the same discourse, describes Satan as a murderer from the beginning and the father of lies, since there is no truth in him. A liar and the father of it, the King James rendered it, which catches the precise horror of the description. Not merely someone who lies, but the originating source of lying itself. The being from whom falsehood entered the world and found a home. The accuser of the brothers appears in Revelation, where the voice from heaven announces his defeat and his casting down. The tempter is the word Matthew and Luke use for the being who came to Jesus in the wilderness. A roaring lion is the image Peter used in his first letter, warning the early believers to be sober and watchful because your adversary the devil prowls around like a roaring lion, seeking someone to devour, which has the quality of something said by a man who had spent considerable time thinking about what it felt like to be prowled around by something that was looking for a weak moment. The temptation of Jesus in the wilderness is one of the most extraordinary scenes in the New Testament, for reasons that are easy to overlook if the story is too familiar. Jesus had been baptized in the Jordan. The Spirit had descended on him like a dove. The voice from heaven had spoken, and then immediately, in Mark's account, with the abruptness that characterizes everything Mark does, the Spirit drove him out into the wilderness. Matthew and Luke describe 40 days in the wilderness, during which he fasted, and at the end of which he was hungry, and then the tempter came to him. The 40 days and 40 nights are not a casual number. They echo Moses on Sinai and Israel's 40 years in the wilderness, the periods of testing and formation that precede entry into a new condition. He was being tested as Israel had been tested, and where Israel had repeatedly failed, Jesus was being given the same tests in concentrated form to see whether the Son of God, whom the voice at the Jordan had just named, would hold under the conditions where Israel had not. The first temptation targeted the hunger that was real and the power that was also real. If you are the Son of God, command these stones to become bread. The form of the temptation matters. It was not an invitation to do something evil. Bread is not evil. Feeding the hungry is not evil. Jesus would feed thousands with bread in the course of his ministry. The temptation was to use divine power for self-service, to let the relationship between hunger and provision bypass the disciplines of trust that the wilderness was supposed to be teaching, to be the Son of God in a way that extracted personal advantage from the position. Jesus answered with Deuteronomy, "Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that comes from the mouth of God." Israel had received manna in the wilderness, God's provision, God's bread, and had complained about it and demanded more, and had missed the lesson it was carrying. Jesus in the wilderness declined to make his own bread. The second temptation required a change of location, and it is one of the genuinely strange moments in the gospel account. The devil took him to the holy city and set him on the pinnacle of the temple and said, "If you are the Son of God, throw yourself down, for it is written, He will command His angels concerning you, and on their hands they will bear you up, lest you strike your foot against a stone." The quotation is from Psalm 91, a psalm of protection and deliverance, and Satan quoted it accurately. He was not misrepresenting the Scripture. He was misapplying it, offering it as a warrant for an act of presumption, a jump that would require God to make good on the promise, turning a pledge of divine care into a demand for divine performance. Jesus answered with Deuteronomy again, "You shall not put the Lord your God to the test." Israel had tested God at Masada, grumbling in the wilderness and demanding water, and demanding proof that God was present. Jesus, in the wilderness, declined to demand proof. The third temptation dispensed with subtlety entirely. The devil took him to a very high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world and their glory, and said to him, "All these I will give you, if you will fall down and worship me." Two things about this that the text does not flag, but that are embedded in what it records. Jesus did not dispute the claim. He did not say, "You do not have these kingdoms to give." The claim that Satan had the world's kingdoms and their glory in his gift was not challenged. The response was an absolute refusal of the transaction, not a denial of the offering party's capacity to make it. And the transaction itself was direct and clear, as none of the previous ones had been: worship. Not belief, not agreement, not merely compliance with a specific request. Worship, which is what the whole conflict was about, which is what it had always been about, which is what the serpent's suggestion in the garden had been about underneath, all the talk about wisdom and fruit and the eyes being opened. "Away with you, Satan," Jesus said. And then Deuteronomy for the third time, "You shall worship the Lord your God, and him only shall you serve." The devil left him, Luke noting with a precision that feels deliberately ominous. He departed from him until an opportune time, not forever, until a more suitable moment. The wilderness confrontation was resolved, but the campaign was not over. The opportune time that Luke had flagged appeared in the passion narrative, the hours in the garden, and the trial and the cross. When the shadow that had been present from the garden in Eden reached its longest and darkest extension, Jesus himself had described what was happening as the hour of the power of darkness. In that hour, the being who had been working toward this outcome since the garden had arrived at what must have looked, from his perspective, like a conclusion. The Son of God was dead. Whatever the wilderness confrontation had established, the cross seemed to have reversed it. The kingdoms of the world, rejected when offered, had now killed the one who rejected them, and the tomb was sealed, and the soldiers stood guard. And then the third day came, and the calculation that had seemed definitive turned out to have been wrong in the most complete way possible. His shadow falls across the book of Acts in exactly the way Luke had predicted it would: oblique, indirect, operating through human choices and human greed and human opposition rather than through direct confrontation. When Peter stood before Ananias and asked why Satan had filled his heart to lie to the Holy Spirit, He was identifying the same mechanism the wilderness temptations had used. A human choice, a specific failure of integrity, a decision that looked on its surface like an ordinary act of deception, but that Peter named as something with a larger sponsor. When Paul addressed Elymas the sorcerer on the island of Cyprus, he called him a son of the devil and an enemy of all righteousness, full of deceit and villainy, and the language is not rhetorical exaggeration, but a diagnosis. This is what opposition to the gospel looks like in human form. This is the character of the force working through this particular man in this particular moment. When Paul wrote to the Corinthians and named the one he called the God of this age, who had blinded the minds of unbelievers to keep them from seeing the light of the gospel of the glory of Christ, he was naming a presence and a strategy, the same strategy that had worked in the garden. Obscure the source of the light, offer a different account of what is real and what is valuable, and the blindness will take care of itself. The New Testament accumulates descriptions of Satan's methods with the thoroughness of a community that had good reason to understand what it was dealing with. He disguises himself as an angel of light, Paul told the Corinthians, meaning that his most effective campaigns are not conducted under his own name, that the most dangerous falsehood is the one that wears the appearance of truth. He schemes, the word used in Ephesians implying a methodical, strategic quality to the opposition, a cunning that works through systems and structures rather than frontal assault. He prowls and roars and seeks, in Peter's image, with the specific patience of a predator that can afford to wait for the right moment. He has a particular interest in divisions and unforgiveness within the community, Paul warning the Corinthians that refusing to forgive a repentant member of the body was to yield an advantage to Satan, who would exploit the breach. He works in the patterns of the age, in the structures of power and culture that organize a society's deepest commitments away from God, which is what the phrase "prince of the power of the air" means in Ephesians, the spirit that is now at work in the sons of disobedience, the ambient influence that shapes the assumptions of a world that has forgotten it is being shaped by anything. The apocalyptic finale of the book of Revelation gives him at last the full dramatic treatment that his presence across the entire biblical narrative has always been building toward. He arrives in Revelation with all his names in place. The great dragon, that ancient serpent who is called the devil and Satan, the deceiver of the whole world. He has 7 heads and 10 horns and 7 diadems on his heads, and his tail swept down 1/3 of the stars of heaven and cast them to the earth. And he stood before the woman clothed with the sun, who was about to give birth, ready to devour her child the moment it was born. The child was caught up to God and to his throne. The woman fled into the wilderness, and then war broke out in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon. The dragon and his angels fought back. They were defeated, and the great dragon was thrown down, thrown to the earth with his angels, and the name is given in full, that ancient serpent who is called the devil and Satan, the deceiver of the whole world, thrown down. And the voice from heaven announced what the throwing down meant. Now the salvation and the power and the kingdom of our God and the authority of his Christ have come, for the accuser of our brothers has been thrown down, who accuses them day and night before our God. The title that had attached to him from his earliest appearance in the biblical record, the accuser, the one who brings charges, ha, Satan, the adversary standing in the divine council to prosecute the case against humanity, was the title under which he was defeated. The accuser of the brothers has been thrown down. The prosecution is closed. But the story in Revelation was not yet finished with him, because the story it was telling required more than a single defeat. The dragon was thrown to earth. The beast from the sea rose, to whom the dragon gave his power and his throne and great authority, and the world worshipped the dragon because he had given authority to the beast, and they worshipped the beast. The empire, whatever empire the first readers of Revelation understood the beast to represent, was presented as a satanic institution, the earthly manifestation of the dragon's authority, the shape that his power took when it needed arms and gates and soldiers and tribunals. The number of the beast, 666 in words, 666, the number of a human being, calculated according to whatever system of numerical interpretation the first readers employed, pointing to a specific person in a specific empire, and also, by the logic of apocalyptic writing, to every person in every empire who makes themselves the instrument of the dragon's purpose. Then the millennium, an angel coming down from heaven with the key to the bottomless pit and a great chain, seizing the dragon, that ancient serpent who is the devil and Satan, and binding him for 1,000 years, throwing him into the pit, shutting it and sealing it over him, so that he might not deceive the nations any longer until the 1,000 years were ended. The binding, the pit, the seal. 3 layers of restraint applied to the being whose characteristic work across the whole of human history had been movement, the going to and fro on the earth and walking up and down in it that had defined him since the divine counsel of Job. For 1,000 years, whatever 1,000 years means in the symbolic mathematics of apocalyptic vision, he was still. After the 1,000 years he was released again, went out to deceive the nations, gathered them for battle, Gog and Magog, the nations at the 4 corners of the earth, their number like the sand of the sea. They surrounded the beloved city. Fire came down from heaven and consumed them, and the devil who had deceived them was thrown into the lake of fire and sulfur, where the beast and the false prophet were, and they will be tormented day and night forever and ever. That is the last the Bible says about him. The lake of fire, day and night, forever and ever. The ancient serpent, the accuser, the adversary, the father of lies, the prince of this world, the god of this age, the roaring lion, the one who had been going to and fro on the earth since before any human being had walked it, was in the lake of fire, and the narrative was finished with him. The shape of his story, seen whole, from Eden to the lake of fire, is the shape of an entity defined entirely by what he opposes and what he corrupts. He has no creation account of his own in the canonical biblical text, no point at which the narrative stops to explain what he was before he was the adversary, no scene of his glory before his fall, except by inference from the poetic language of the prophets. He enters the story already opposing and deceiving, and he leaves it being thrown into fire, and in between he fills the space that every human story creates when it tries to account for the evil that seems to come from somewhere outside human choice, the darkness that was in the field before any human being arrived to plant it. He is the answer the biblical tradition gave to the question of why the world is the way it is, why goodness is so persistently and so specifically opposed, why the light keeps being chosen against, even when the choosing seems to cost the chooser everything. He appears in the first verse of the Bible's drama involving human beings in the garden with a question. He appears in the last drama of the biblical canon in the lake of fire with his mouth shut at last. Between those 2 moments, the whole human story was written, and he was in the margins of every page. But he was never the only one working. The biblical record is not a story of an innocent humanity being corrupted from outside by a force they had no capacity to resist. The people in these pages brought considerable resources of their own to the project of their own destruction, and some of the most devastating damage in the entire canon was done by people who were, by every external measure, closest to the good thing they were in the process of ruining, the ones who had the most to lose and lost it anyway, the ones who stood near enough to the flame to be lit by it and chose instead to be consumed. The great villains of the Bible are not, for the most part, strangers to the grace they rejected. They are intimates of it. They are people who sat in the warmth and decided the warmth was not enough. Haman the Agagite arrives in the book of Esther as a man at the summit of his world. He was elevated by the king Ahasuerus, the Persian monarch who ruled from Susa over 127 provinces, stretching from India to Ethiopia, the most powerful empire the ancient world had yet produced. And in that empire, Haman had been set above all the princes who were with him, which is the text's way of saying that only the king himself ranked above him. Every servant of the king at the gate bowed down and paid homage to Haman, because that was what the king had commanded. It was a life of visible, organized, daily deference, and Haman had arranged himself to need it the way other people need bread or water. One man would not bow. Mordecai, a Jew of the tribe of Benjamin who sat at the king's gate, would not bow down and would not pay homage. The servants of the king asked him day after day why he was doing this, and he told them he was a Jew, and they told Haman to see whether Mordecai's words would stand. And when Haman confirmed that Mordecai would not bow, the text says he was filled with fury. Then it says something that distinguishes Haman from the merely petty, and places him among the genuinely catastrophic. He scorned to lay hands on Mordecai alone. Having identified Mordecai as a Jew, Haman sought to destroy all the Jews who were throughout the whole kingdom of Ahasuerus, the people of Mordecai. One man's refusal was an insult, but one man could only be killed once. The people that man belonged to could be eliminated entirely, and the elimination would be so total and so absolute that no future representative of that refusal would ever again stand at the gate and fail to bow. The proportion of the response to the offense is what reveals the person. Haman's response reveals a man for whom his own status was so central and so fragile that a single unmoved figure at the gate was enough to bring the whole edifice crashing down around him, and who responded to that discovery by trying to destroy the people who had produced the figure. He went to the king with a proposal dressed in the language of civic prudence. "Among the peoples of your kingdom," he told Ahasuerus, "there is a certain people, scattered abroad and dispersed among the peoples in all your provinces, and their laws are different from those of every other people, and they do not keep the king's laws, so it is not to the king's profit to tolerate them." The charges were vague enough to be unanswerable and specific enough to sound administrative rather than personal. Different laws, divided loyalties, poor return on the investment of tolerance. If it pleases the king, let it be decreed that they be destroyed, and Haman would pay 10,000 talents of silver into the king's treasury to cover the costs of the operation. The king took off his signet ring and gave it to Haman. "The money," the king said, "is given to you, the people also, to do with them as it seems good to you." It had cost Haman a conversation. The destruction of an entire people had been authorized between a king, with no particular curiosity about the people being destroyed, and a courtier whose motivation was a man who would not bow. The decree went out in the name of the king and sealed with the king's ring to destroy, kill, and annihilate all Jews, young and old, women and children, in one day, the 13th day of the 12th month, which was the month of Adar, the date having been determined by the casting of lots, the pur, in the first month of the year. Haman had cast lots to find the most propitious date for the massacre, leaving nothing to chance, doing his planning with the thoroughness of a man who took seriously the importance of getting the timing right. The city of Susa was thrown into confusion. Haman and the king sat down to drink. What Haman did not know was that the queen was Jewish. Esther, the young woman who had been raised by her cousin Mordecai after her parents died, and who had been taken into the king's palace and found favor and been made queen in the place of Vashti, had told no one her nationality or her kindred, because Mordecai had instructed her not to. Mordecai learned of the decree, and tore his clothes and put on sackcloth and ashes, and went out into the city and wailed with a loud and bitter cry. He sent a copy of the decree to Esther through a servant, and told her to go to the king and plead with him on behalf of her people. Esther sent back a message explaining the difficulty. The law was the law. Anyone who went to the inner court of the king without being summoned was to be put to death, unless the king held out his golden scepter, and she had not been called to the king for 30 days. Mordecai sent back a reply that has the quality of something said by a man who understands precisely what is at stake and will not allow the person closest to the solution to miscalculate their own position. Do not think to yourself that in the king's palace you will escape any more than all the other Jews. If you keep silent at this time, relief and deliverance will rise for the Jews from another place, but you and your father's house will perish. And who knows whether you have not come to the kingdom for such a time as this? Esther sent back her answer. Gather all the Jews and fast for me. Do not eat or drink for 3 days. I and my young women will fast as well. Then I will go to the king, though it is against the law, and if I perish, I perish. She went in. The king held out the golden scepter. She lived. She invited the king and Haman to a banquet, and at the banquet the king asked what she wished, and she invited them to a second banquet the following day. Haman went home from that first banquet glad and with a merry heart, and then saw Mordecai in the king's gate, who did not rise or tremble before him, and Haman was filled with wrath against Mordecai. But he restrained himself, went home, and gathered his friends and his wife Zeresh, and told them all his glories and his promotions, and how the king had advanced him above the officials and servants of the king. Then he said, Yet all this is worth nothing to me, so long as I see Mordecai the Jew sitting at the king's gate. It is the nakedness of that sentence that makes it remarkable. All the riches, all the advancement, all the promotions, worth nothing, so long as one man would not bow. His wife and his friends suggested a gallows, 50 cubits high, and that Haman should ask the king in the morning to have Mordecai hanged on it, after which Haman could go happily to the banquet. The idea pleased Haman, and he had the gallows made. That night the king could not sleep, and he had the chronicles read to him, and the chronicles recorded that Mordecai had once reported a plot against the king's life and had saved him, and nothing had been done for Mordecai in return. The king asked who was in the court, and Haman had just arrived in the outer court to ask about the gallows, and he was brought in, and the king asked him, What should be done for the man the king delights to honor? Haman thought to himself, Whom would the king delight to honor more than me? And he suggested a horse, and a royal robe, and one of the king's noble princes to lead the horse through the city square, proclaiming before him, Thus shall it be done to the man whom the king delights to honor. The king told him to do exactly that for Mordecai the Jew, not leaving out anything he had mentioned. Haman took Mordecai through the city square, proclaiming before him as instructed, then went home hurrying with his head covered, mourning, and told his wife and his friends what had happened. His wise men and his wife Zeresh said to him, If Mordecai, before whom you have begun to fall, is of the Jewish people, you will not overcome him, but will surely fall before him. While they were still talking with him, the king's eunuchs came and hurried Haman to the second banquet. At the second banquet, the king asked Esther again what her petition was. She told him, My life and the lives of my people. We have been sold to be destroyed, killed, and annihilated. She named the enemy who had planned it, this wicked Haman. The king rose in his wrath and went into the palace garden. Haman stayed to beg for his life from Queen Esther, and he fell on the couch where Esther was reclining, and the king returned from the palace garden and saw it and said, Will he even assault the queen in my own house? The word fell from the king's mouth, and they covered Haman's face. A servant told the king about the gallows Haman had prepared for Mordecai. The king said, Hang him on that. They hanged Haman on the gallows he had built for Mordecai, and the king's anger abated. The reversal complete, the instrument of destruction destroyed by the very instrument he had built and the very mechanism he had set in motion, Haman disappeared from the story. His 10 sons were later hanged on the same gallows, and the Jews throughout the Persian Empire were given the right to defend themselves on the day that had been set for their destruction, and they did, and they prevailed. And the day was established as the Feast of Purim, named for the lots that Haman had cast to find his date, the irony being that the lots had chosen a date that allowed time for the whole reversal to unfold, the lots working against the man who cast them. The book of Esther is the only book in the Hebrew Bible that does not mention God by name, not once, and the omission is either an oversight or a choice, and it has never felt like an oversight. God is invisible. In the story of Esther and Haman, the way God is invisible in most actual human experience. Not absent, but not signing the decrees, working instead through the insomnia of a king, the courage of a woman, the pride of a man who could not bear one pair of unbowed knees. Absalom, the third son of King David, had a kind of beauty that the Bible does not often pause to describe in such specific and admiring terms. From the sole of his foot to the crown of his head there was no blemish in him, the text says. And when he cut his hair at the end of each year, because it grew so heavy that it had to be cut, it weighed 200 shekels by the king's weight. He was exceptional in the way that certain people are exceptional. The kind of person a room notices when they walk into it, the kind of person for whom doors that would stay closed for others open before they arrive. He was also David's son, which meant he was the son of the most celebrated man in Israel, the poet king, the man after God's own heart, the warrior and the musician and the dancer before the ark. And being that man's son was simultaneously a gift and a sentence. He had a full sister named Tamar, and his half-brother Amnon, David's firstborn, became obsessed with her. Amnon was advised by a crafty friend named Jonadab to feign illness and request that Tamar come and make food for him. When she came, he sent everyone else out of the room and seized her and raped her. Then, the text says with a directness that lands like a blow, Amnon hated her with very great hatred, so that the hatred with which he hated her was greater than the love with which he had loved her. He had her thrown out. Tamar went to live in desolation in Absalom's house. David was furious when he heard what had happened, but he did not punish Amnon, because he loved him, and he was his firstborn. Absalom said nothing to Amnon, neither good nor bad, for Absalom hated Amnon because he had violated his sister Tamar. He waited 2 years. Then he invited all the king's sons to a sheep-shearing celebration in Baal-Hazor, and he told his servants beforehand, "When I tell you, strike Amnon down," they did. The other sons of the king fled, each on his mule. Absalom fled to Geshur, to his mother's father Talmai, the king there, and lived in Geshur for 3 years. David mourned for Absalom every day. The text observes, with a kind of careful note that matters more the longer one sits with it, that by the time David was comforted over Amnon's death, he longed to go out to Absalom because he was comforted regarding Amnon, since he was dead. Joab, David's general, arranged for Absalom to return to Jerusalem through a parable delivered by a wise woman of Tekoa, and David perceived the hand of Joab in it and allowed the return, but stipulated that Absalom should go to his own house and not see the king's face. Absalom lived in Jerusalem for 2 years without seeing the king. Then he sent for Joab to send him to the king, and Joab would not come. So Absalom told his servants to set Joab's field of barley on fire. Joab came. Absalom asked why he had come from Geshur at all, if the king was not going to receive him. "Let me see the king's face, and if there is guilt in me, let him put me to death." David summoned Absalom. He came and bowed with his face to the ground before the king, and the king kissed him. What happened in the years that followed is one of the most carefully observed studies of political seduction in ancient literature. Absalom got himself a chariot and horses and 50 men to run before him. He would rise early and stand by the road into the city gate, and when anyone came with a case to bring before the king for judgment, Absalom would call to him, asking where he was from and what his dispute was. And when the man explained, Absalom would tell him, "Your claims are good and right, but there is no man designated by the king to hear you." Then he would say, "If only I were judge in the land, then every man with a dispute or cause might come to me, and I would give him justice." When anyone came near to bow down to him, Absalom would put out his hand and take hold of him and kiss him. Thus Absalom did to all of Israel who came to the king for judgment, and the text delivers its verdict. So Absalom stole the hearts of the men of Israel. He stole them. The word is exact. He did not earn their loyalty or persuade their minds. He stole their hearts through the systematic application of the one thing David, grown old and distant and inaccessible in his palace, was no longer providing attention, personal attention. The handshake and the kiss and the name and the question about where you were from and the sympathetic nod at your particular trouble. Absalom understood that the most powerful political instrument available to him was not his army or his chariots. It was his face turned toward the people who had stopped feeling that the king's face was turned toward them. After 4 years of this, he went to Hebron, claiming to fulfill a vow he had made in Geshur, and from Hebron the rebellion was declared. 200 men from Jerusalem went with him in good faith, knowing nothing of what he planned. The conspiracy grew strong, and the people with Absalom kept increasing. A messenger came to David. The hearts of the men of Israel have gone after Absalom. David did not fight. He fled. He went out of Jerusalem on foot, barefoot, weeping, his head covered, going up the Mount of Olives, and all the people who were with him covered their heads and went up weeping. It is among the most desolate images in the books of Samuel. The king of Israel, the man God had chosen and established, weeping barefoot up the hill outside his own city, his own son's army coming behind him. Absalom entered Jerusalem. His counselor, Ahithophel, who had been David's counselor, and whose advice was in those days as if one consulted the word of God, advised him to go in to David's concubines, the 10 women David had left to keep the house, and do it publicly, on a roof where all Israel could see, so that everyone would know the break was total and there was no going back. Absalom did it, on a roof in the sight of all Israel, fulfilling a prophecy spoken by Nathan years before in response to the episode with Bathsheba. Nathan had said, "I will take your wives before your eyes, and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in the sight of this sun." What David had done in secret, God had said would be done to him in the open, and it was. And the instrument of it was his own son. Ahithophel then advised Absalom to pursue David that very night with 12,000 men, while David was weary and discouraged, to strike him and scatter all his followers. It was militarily sound advice. Joab knew it was sound, and David knew it was sound, and David had sent Hushai the Archite back into Jerusalem as a spy specifically to counter it. Hushai told Absalom that Ahithophel's advice was not good, that David's men were mighty warriors, enraged like a bear robbed of her cubs, that David himself would not be found among the troops where Absalom expected him, and that the wiser course was to gather all Israel from Dan to Beersheba as the sand by the sea in multitude, and come in full force. Absalom and all the men of Israel said, "The counsel of Hushai the Archite is better than the counsel of Ahithophel." The text adds, "For the Lord had ordained to defeat the good counsel of Ahithophel, so that the Lord might bring harm upon Absalom." When Ahithophel saw that his counsel was not followed, he saddled his donkey and went home to his own city. He set his house in order and hanged himself. He was buried in the tomb of his father. The suicide of a counselor whose advice went unheeded, with no other explanation given and none offered, is one of the more haunting quick cuts in the entire narrative. He had given good advice. The good advice had been rejected for strategic rather than moral reasons. He knew enough about war and about David to know what the rejection of that advice would eventually mean, and he chose not to wait to see it. The battle was in the forest of Ephraim, and David's forces prevailed, and 20,000 men were killed, and the forest devoured more people that day than the sword. Absalom, riding on his mule, came under a great terebinth tree, and his head caught in the tree, held fast while his mule walked on beneath him, leaving him hanging between heaven and earth. A man saw it, and told Joab, and Joab asked why he had not killed Absalom on the spot. And the man said the king had commanded all his officers to deal gently with Absalom for my sake. Joab said, I will not waste time like this with you. He took 3 javelins in his hand and thrust them into the heart of Absalom while he was still alive in the tree. 10 of Joab's armor-bearers struck him and killed him. They threw his body into a pit in the forest and heaped a great pile of stones over him. Absalom had erected a monument to himself in the king's valley during his lifetime. He had said, I have no son to keep my name in remembrance, and he had called the pillar after his own name, and it was called Absalom's monument to that day. He had actually fathered sons, 3 of them, and a daughter whom he named Tamar, after his violated sister. But the sons died young, and Absalom, standing in the king's valley and cutting his own monument into the rock, had known or feared that his name would need stone to survive him. The monument still stood when David's messenger brought the news. The king asked the same question twice. Each time the answer changed. Is it well with the young man Absalom? The second messenger told him, May the enemies of my lord the king and all who rise up against you for evil be like that young man. David was deeply moved and went up to the chamber over the gate and wept. My son Absalom, he said, my son Absalom, would I had died instead of you, O Absalom, my son, my son. He said it until Joab came and told him that his grief was shaming the men who had saved his life and the lives of his wives and concubines, and that he needed to go and speak to his servants, or by nightfall there would not be a man with him. David rose and sat in the gate, and all the people came before the king. The valley between the grieving father and the dead son, the monument in stone on one side of it, and the pit of stones on the other, is the full distance of Absalom's story. He had wanted to be king. He had wanted his name to last. He had wanted justice for his sister and recognition of his own gifts, and the throne that he believed was being withheld from him by a father who was too wrapped in his own guilt and his own grief to govern properly. Some of those desires were not unreasonable. The manner of pursuing them was catastrophic for everyone, beginning with himself. Delilah does not get a beginning in the text of Judges. She appears already in the story, already with her connection to Samson established, the way significant things sometimes appear without introduction, because the introduction is not what the story is interested in. Samson loved her, the text says. It does not say she loved him. It does not say anything about her feelings toward him at all, which is itself a kind of information. He loved her. The lords of the Philistines came to her, the 5 of them, and offered her 1,100 pieces of silver each, a total of 5,500 pieces of silver, to find out where Samson's great strength lay, and how he might be overpowered and bound. Samson was a Nazirite, consecrated to God from his mother's womb by the instruction of the angel who had appeared to his parents before his birth. The Nazirite vow was one of total devotion. No wine, no grape products, no contact with the dead, and above all, no razor on the head. The uncut hair was the visible sign of the vow, and the vow was the source of the strength, or rather the sign of the relationship whose terms included the strength. Samson's power was not in his hair any more than a flag's meaning is in its cloth. But the flag and the hair were both emblems of something that could be dishonored by their removal. He had been given his strength for a purpose, for the deliverance of Israel from the Philistines, and the whole of his story up to the moment, with Delilah, is the story of a man with an enormous vocation and an equally enormous appetite for distraction from it, who kept wandering off the road his birth had set him on, and then finding, to his own bewilderment, that God was using the wandering anyway. Delilah began asking him. Entice him and see where his great strength lies, the Philistine lords had told her, and she was thorough about it. Please tell me where your great strength lies, and how you might be bound, that one could subdue you. He gave her a lie. Bind me with 7 fresh bowstrings that have not been dried, and I will become weak. She bound him while he slept, with the lords in the room waiting, and called out, "The Philistines are upon you, Samson!" He snapped the bowstrings as a strand of yarn snaps when it touches fire. She asked again. New ropes that have never been used. She bound him with new ropes and called the Philistines, and he snapped them from his arms like a thread. She asked again, "Weave the 7 locks of my head with the web, and fasten it with a pin." She wove them while he slept and fastened them, and called the Philistines, and he pulled away the pin of the loom and the web. Then she said, "How can you say I love you when your heart is not with me? You have mocked me these 3 times, and have not told me where your great strength lies." She pressed him with her words day after day, and urged him, and his soul was vexed to death day after day. The repetition is important. This was not a single persuasive conversation. It was a sustained, cumulative, patient pressure applied by someone who had time and a very clear financial incentive, and who understood that a man can resist a direct approach that he can see and name and defend against, but that the same man, sitting in the same room, with the same persistent, reproachful question, day after day after day, eventually runs out of resistance. Not because he is weak, but because the kind of strength that works in battle does not work against this. He told her everything. He told her that a razor had never come upon his head because he had been a Nazarite to God from his mother's womb, and that if he was shaved his strength would leave him, and he would become weak and like any other man. She saw that he had told her his heart, and she sent for the lords of the Philistines. "Come up again, for he has told me all his heart." The lords came, bringing the silver in their hands. She made him sleep on her knees, and called a man to shave off the 7 locks of his head. She began to torment him, and his strength left him. She called, "The Philistines are upon you, Samson!" He awoke from his sleep and said, "I will go out, as at other times, and shake myself free." And he did not know that the Lord had left him. That sentence is the one that carries everything the story of Samson is ultimately about. He did not know that the Lord had left him. He woke from his sleep in Delilah's lap, having told the woman who had been paid to destroy him the one thing that should never have been said, having allowed the relationship to dissolve the discipline that defined him, and he thought it was still yesterday. He thought he was still who he had been. He shook himself, and nothing moved. The Philistines seized him and gouged out his eyes, and brought him down to Gaza, and bound him with bronze shackles, and he ground at the mill in the prison. Delilah vanishes from the narrative at this point. The 5,500 pieces of silver, if that is indeed what she received, do not follow her out of the story. She is not mentioned again, not connected to what happens next, not shown receiving her payment or living with any consequence of what she did. She appears, she performs her function, and she is gone, which may be the most honest thing the text has to say about her. She was the instrument of a destruction she had no particular reason to care about, and no particular reason to continue being part of once the instrument had served its purpose. What happens next belongs to Samson alone. His hair began to grow again. The lords of the Philistines gathered to celebrate his capture with a great feast and sacrifices to Dagon, and the crowd called for Samson to be brought out to entertain them, and he was placed between 2 pillars. And the house was full of men and women. All the lords of the Philistines were there, and about 3,000 men and women were on the roof looking down. And Samson said to the young man who held him by the hand, "Let me feel the pillars on which the house rests, that I may lean against them." And Samson called to the Lord, "O Lord God, please remember me, and please strengthen me only this once, so that I may be avenged on the Philistines for my 2 eyes." He grasped the 2 middle pillars on which the house rested, and leaned his weight against them, his right hand on one and his left hand on the other, and said, "Let me die with the Philistines." And he bowed with all his strength, and the house fell upon the lords and upon all the people who were in it. Those he killed at his death were more than those he had killed during his life. He had told Delilah everything. He had been shorn and blinded and humiliated and imprisoned. He had ground grain at the mill in the dark, and at the end in the dark, between two pillars, his hair grown again, he found his way back to the beginning of himself. It was too late for most of what the vocation had promised, but it was not too late for the last thing. Saul's story has the shape of a tragedy in the Greek sense, which is to say, it is the story of a person of genuine greatness who is destroyed by a specific failure in their character that the greatness could never compensate for, and that the tragedy is not incidental to the greatness but somehow produced by it. He was the first king of Israel, and he did not want to be. When Samuel called the tribes together to present the man God had chosen, and the lot fell to Saul the son of Kish of the tribe of Benjamin, they looked for him, and he was not to be found. He was hiding among the baggage. Not strategically, not for show. He was genuinely afraid of what was being offered to him, and he hid from it in the only way available, which was to find a stack of luggage large enough to obscure a very tall man. He was head and shoulders above everyone else in Israel, and he went and hid himself among the baggage. The hiding is one of the most human things in his story, and it was also the last genuinely humble act he performed. He was brought out and presented, and the people shouted, "Long live the king!" He went home to Gibeah, and with him went men of valor whose hearts God had touched, and there were some worthless fellows who said, "How can this man save us?" But Saul held his peace. He held his peace. The man who would later throw spears at the head of his own musician held his peace in the face of the men who doubted him. He was capable of that once. The Ammonite threat came, and the Spirit of God rushed upon Saul, and he rallied Israel and defeated the Ammonites, and the people renewed the kingdom at Gilgal and rejoiced greatly. But the tests that Samuel gave him next were tests of a different kind, tests not of military courage, but of the specific discipline of trusting in something other than his own assessment of the situation. At Gilgal, waiting for Samuel before a battle with the Philistines, watching his troops scatter and melt away, Saul offered the burnt offering himself. Samuel had told him to wait 7 days, and had not come. The 7 days were complete, as far as Saul could tell, and the army was disappearing, and the Philistines were gathering, and Samuel was not there. And Saul did the thing that seemed practically necessary in the moment, and sacrificed without the priest. Samuel arrived just as he finished, and asked what he had done. Saul explained, clearly and reasonably, "The men were scattering. The Philistines were gathering. You had not come within the appointed days, so I felt compelled to offer the burnt offering." It was a rational explanation. It was the explanation of a man who had decided that the situation in front of him overrode the instruction he had been given, that his own reading of necessity was more reliable than his obedience to a command whose timing he disagreed with. Samuel said, "You have done foolishly. You have not kept the command of the Lord your God. Your kingdom shall not continue." The second test came with the Amalekites, and it was more complete and more final and more revealing. God sent Saul through Samuel with an instruction that was absolute: "Go and strike Amalek and devote to destruction all that they have. Do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey." The reason given reached back to Exodus, to what Amalek had done to Israel on the road coming up from Egypt, the attack on the stragglers and the weakest. This was not an impulsive command. It was a judgment deferred for generations, now to be executed completely. Saul gathered the army and defeated Amalek, and then did not obey the command completely. He spared Agag the king. He and the people spared the best of the sheep and of the oxen and of the fattened calves and the lambs and all that was good, unwilling to devote them to destruction, and devoted to destruction only what was despised and worthless. The word of the Lord came to Samuel that night, and Samuel was angry, and he cried to the Lord all night. In the morning he went to find Saul. And Saul came to meet him and said, Blessed be you to the Lord. I have performed the commandment of the Lord. The claim of perfect obedience made in the face of its visible contradiction is the moment that defines the second Saul. He had performed the commandment, he said. Samuel asked, What then is this bleating of the sheep in my ears, and the lowing of the oxen that I hear? Saul said the people had spared the best to sacrifice to the Lord. They, he said, the people. Samuel interrupted him. Samuel said the thing that is quoted from that exchange, more than anything else in the entire conversation. Has the Lord as great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices as in obeying the voice of the Lord? Behold, to obey is better than sacrifice, and to listen than the fat of rams. For rebellion is as the sin of divination, and presumption is as iniquity and idolatry. Because you have rejected the word of the Lord, he has also rejected you from being king. Saul said, I have sinned, for I have transgressed the commandment of the Lord and your words, because I feared the people and obeyed their voice. Then he asked Samuel not to abandon him, and to return with him to worship the Lord. Samuel went back with him, and Samuel killed Agag the Amalekite king himself in pieces. Then Samuel went to Ramah, and Saul went to his house at Gibeah of Saul. And Samuel did not see Saul again until the day of his death. But Samuel grieved over Saul, and the Lord regretted that he had made Saul king over Israel. The Spirit of the Lord departed from Saul, and a harmful spirit from the Lord tormented him. The word went out to find a skillful musician to play the lyre when the harmful spirit came. And one of the servants said, I have seen a son of Jesse the Bethlehemite, who is skillful in playing, a man of valor, a man of war, prudent in speech, and a man of good presence, and the Lord is with him. David came, and Saul loved him greatly, and David became his armor-bearer. When the harmful spirit from God was upon Saul, David would take the lyre and play, and Saul would be refreshed and be well, and the harmful spirit would depart. The king and his future replacement were in the same room, one providing the other with relief he could not find anywhere else, neither of them knowing yet exactly what they were in relation to one another. Goliath fell, and the women came out singing and dancing. Saul has struck down his thousands, and David his 10,000s. The song was not malicious. It was enthusiasm, the crowd's natural arithmetic of heroism, comparing one feat with a larger one. Saul was very angry, and the saying displeased him, and he said, They have ascribed to David 10,000s, and to me they have ascribed thousands, and what more can he have but the kingdom? And Saul eyed David from that day on. The eyeing, the watchfulness, the specific quality of attention a person gives to the thing they have decided is a threat. It began with a song the women sang on a cheerful afternoon, and it never stopped. The next day, the harmful spirit rushed upon Saul, and he raved in his house while David played the lyre, and Saul had a spear in his hand, and he hurled it, saying, I will pin David to the wall. David evaded him twice. Saul was afraid of David, because the Lord was with him and had departed from Saul. He removed David from his presence, made him a commander over 1,000, and David went out and came in before the people. He sent David on dangerous campaigns, hoping the Philistines would do the work for him. David succeeded in everything, because the Lord was with him, and when Saul saw it, he was in greater fear of David. He promised his daughter Merab in marriage, and then gave her to someone else. He promised his other daughter Michal, knowing she loved David, and asked for 100 Philistine foreskins as the bride price, hoping David would fall in the attempt, and David brought back 200. He spoke to Jonathan and all his servants about killing David. He threw his spear at David a second time in his house, and David fled that night. Jonathan made a covenant with David. Jonathan loved David as his own soul, and he stood between his father's wrath and his friend's life repeatedly, reasoning with Saul, reminding him of what David had done for him, extracting promises that never held. Saul swore by the Lord, As the Lord lives, he shall not be put to death. The oath lasted until the next incident. The Lord was with David, and Saul was in David's shadow everywhere he went, and the shadow felt like darkness, and he could not stop looking at it. David fled to Samuel. Saul sent messengers to seize him, and the Spirit of God came upon the messengers, and they prophesied instead of seizing anyone. He sent a second group and a third. And then Saul himself went to Samuel at Naioth in Ramah, and the Spirit of God came upon him also, and he prophesied before Samuel, and lay naked all that day and all that night. And people said, "Is Saul also among the prophets?" The king of Israel, lying naked, prophesying, the harmful spirit was replaced for one long, strange night by the Spirit of the Lord, who would not be kept entirely out of him even in his worst state. The pursuit through the wilderness. David in the strongholds of En-gedi. Saul entered a cave to relieve himself, not knowing David was in the back of it with his men, and David crept forward and cut off the corner of Saul's robe. His heart struck him, for even that, for dishonoring the Lord's anointed, and he restrained his men. Then he called after Saul when Saul had left, "My lord the king." And when Saul looked around, David bowed with his face to the earth, and held up the corner of the robe, and said, "See, I could have killed you, and I did not. May the Lord judge between me and you." Saul lifted up his voice and wept, and said, "You are more righteous than I, for you have repaid me good, whereas I have repaid you evil." He knew. He had always known, at some level beneath the rage and the fear, that what he was doing was wrong. He said, "I know that you shall surely be king, and that the kingdom of Israel shall be established in your hand." And then he went home, and David went back to his stronghold, because he knew better than to believe the weeping and the confession would last. The final night of Saul's life is one of the most desolate scenes in all of Scripture. The Philistines were encamped, and the battle was coming, and Samuel was dead, and the Lord did not answer Saul, not by dreams or by Urim or by prophets. So Saul disguised himself and put on other garments and went in the dark to Endor, to a woman who was a medium. He had himself expelled all the mediums and necromancers from the land earlier in his reign. He now asked this woman to bring up Samuel. She brought up Samuel, and when she saw Samuel, she cried out with a loud voice, and Samuel said, "Why have you disturbed me by bringing me up?" And Saul said, "The Philistines are warring against me, and God has turned away from me and answers me no more, and I have summoned you to tell me what I shall do." And Samuel said, "Why do you ask me, since the Lord has turned from you and become your enemy? Tomorrow you and your sons shall be with me. The Lord will give Israel also into the hand of the Philistines." Saul fell at once full length on the ground, filled with fear because of the words of Samuel, and there was no strength in him, for he had eaten nothing all day and all night. The Battle of Mount Gilboa. Jonathan and 2 of his brothers were killed. The Philistine archers found Saul, and he was badly wounded. He said to his armor-bearer, "Draw your sword and thrust me through with it, lest these uncircumcised come and thrust me through and mistreat me." The armor-bearer would not, for he feared greatly. So Saul took his own sword and fell upon it. His armor-bearer, when he saw that Saul was dead, fell upon his sword also, and died with him. They found him the next day, cut off his head, stripped his armor, sent his armor to the house of their gods, and the head was displayed in the temple of Dagon, his body and the bodies of his sons fastened to the wall of Bethshan. The men of Jabesh-Gilead, whose city Saul had saved in the first crisis of his reign 40 years before, traveled all night to take the bodies down, and burned them, and buried the bones under a tamarisk tree in Jabesh, and fasted 7 days. He had begun by hiding among the baggage. He had ended falling on his own sword on a mountain, his sons dead around him. Between those 2 moments was a reign of 40 years, victories and songs and a spear thrown twice at a man who could have killed him in a cave and chose not to, and a night at Endor, and a dead prophet telling him what he already knew, and the specific, private sound of a king who had lost the Spirit of the Lord, trying to find something in the dark that would answer him. The pattern that connects Haman, Absalom, Delilah, and Saul is not a pattern of simple wickedness. None of them arrived at their worst moment without passing through something that was genuinely good or genuinely justifiable or genuinely given. Haman had earned his position. His rage was against a real insult, even if his response to it was monstrous. Absalom had a genuine grievance. His sister had been violated, and his father had done nothing, and the silence of the court had protected the guilty man for 2 years before Absalom acted. Delilah had a transaction offered to her at a price so large it would take a specific and costly kind of virtue to refuse, and the text does not describe her as the sort of person who had cultivated that kind of virtue. Saul had been genuinely chosen. The Spirit of the Lord had truly come upon him. He had been capable of holding his peace in the face of mockery and of weeping at the sight of David's mercy, which means he was capable of the better things. He simply could not sustain them in the face of what threatened him. The thread that runs most precisely through these four, and that pulls most tightly, is the inability to hold what they had been given without trying to hold more of it than it was designed to carry. Haman could not hold his honors, and also hold the daily sight of one unbowed man. Absalom could not hold his gifts, and also hold his father's slowness, his father's inaction, the pace of inheritance in a kingdom where the king was still alive and governing. Saul could not hold the throne, and also hold the knowledge that someone else was more beloved, more gifted, more accompanied by the presence he had lost. Delilah could not hold the question unanswered. Once 5,500 pieces of silver were on the table, day after day pressing toward the one thing the man she slept beside had made clear she must not know. Each of them had a thing they were given that was real and significant, and each of them reached past it for a thing it could not coexist with, and in reaching lost what they had started with. There is also the thread of Amalek, which runs under the whole of the biblical narrative with the persistence of an old wound. Saul was commanded to destroy the Amalekites completely, including their king Agag, and he did not. He spared Agag. Agag died by Samuel's hand, but he may have had time, in the interval between his capture and his execution, to father descendants. Haman, whom the book of Esther describes as an Agagite, came from that line, from the descendants of the king whom Saul could not bring himself to kill. The incompleteness of Saul's obedience produced, 5 centuries later, the man who nearly erased the entire Jewish people from the Persian Empire. The consequences of the spared king came back in the body of the courtier, who almost finished what the original command had been designed to prevent, and it was the intervention of 2 Jewish people, a woman and her cousin, standing in a Persian court with no visible divine assistance and no miracle and no prophet, who stopped it. The chain of consequence ran from the baggage among which Saul had hidden to the gallows on which Haman's sons were hung, and the distance between those 2 points is 500 years of exactly the kind of unfinished business that the biblical imagination keeps returning to, the thing you could not quite bring yourself to do completely, and everything that grew in the space that incompleteness left open. They stood close to the fire. Haman, who sat at the table of the most powerful king in the world, Absalom, who was the son of the greatest king Israel had produced, Delilah, who lay beside the man whose strength the whole of the Philistine aristocracy could not overcome, Saul, who was given the Spirit of God and the throne and the army and the love of the people, and who lost all of it in the particular way that things are lost when you cannot decide, finally, whether what you have is enough. They all burned. That is not a metaphor and not a judgment. It is just what happened to each of them, in the way that things that go too close to the fire always burn, regardless of whether they deserve to, regardless of whether what they wanted was unreasonable. The fire does not make distinctions of that kind. It simply does what fire does.